Good evening, everyone. How are you this evening? For those who are not absolutely positive, this is the 2025 Northborough Annual Town Meeting. Okay? If you weren't booked for this flight, please deplane now. I've been told we do have a quorum. A quorum for town meeting is 100, and that's been verified. The meeting may continue if the number falls below 100 unless the quorum is questioned. If the quorum is questioned, we will have to count those in attendance at the time. We will go through each article until all articles have been presented and voted upon, or until we reach the witching hour of 10 p.m. The article on the floor will be completed before adjournment at that hour. I'd like to take a moment or two as we think about those in our community we've lost since our last meeting. If I could have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. This meeting is a culmination of many meetings and many hours of hard work by members of the administration, boards, committees, and commissions. This is your meeting. My job is to make sure we go through the articles of the warrant in an orderly fashion and that debate and discussion is fair and balanced. At this time, if you have not already done so, please silence your phones. I think we initiated our last meeting that if your phone rings in the middle of the meeting, your taxes will be doubled. Please wait to be recognized before speaking from the floor. We have 2 microphones near the front, microphone A, microphone B. They are equal microphones. There's no priority. A is not better than B, and B is not better than A. While we may not agree on every subject, it's important to remember we all live in this community, and we will continue to do so after this meeting. For those of you that are new to town meeting, there's a good resource put together by the Office of the Secretary of the Commonwealth, and you can actually see that article on the town website as far as what's going on. The name is Citizens Guide to Town Meetings, and it looks something like this, if you can see it. Gives a very good overview of what town meetings are all about, the different types of town meetings, and a little bit of history about town meetings as well. Are there any people in the hall that are new to the town meeting process here tonight? I welcome you to the purest form of democracy, an opportunity where registered voters have an opportunity to discuss, debate, and vote on many important issues. Enjoy the evening. I'll try to explain things as we do them so that there won't be any confusion. And after the meeting, if you have questions, please come see me and we can talk about it. But welcome. I think now it's time that we move to the practice vote. Everyone has their clickers? Why do we call them clickers? They don't make a sound. All right, if you have your clickers, before we vote on this, you just need to push any button on your clicker to turn it on. Okay? That's not your vote. That's just turning it on. And today's question is today Monday? Yes, no. You may vote now. I'll give you just a little bit longer. One other thing I want to remind you, you can change your vote. If you wish to change your vote, you just vote again, and it will erase the prior vote. Has everyone voted? Okay, let's see how good we are. Okay, Northborough gets an A. I actually made the decision to pass over that this year, and so we had the opportunity to be able to move the meeting along. The question was, are we going to do the Pledge of Allegiance? Just to let you know, the people here at the tables in the front row here are the people who've spent hours upon hours putting the details of this meeting together. And we have, our town council, Brian Mazur, the select board, well, and our town administrator. You were hiding there, I didn't see you. Okay, Stephanie Bacon, assistant town administrator, Diane Wackel, and we have our town clerk who hides behind me, Andy Dowd. We also have the Appropriations Committee with the chair of Scott Rogers, and the Financial Planning Committee with the chair, John Rappa. Northborough School Committee is represented over here, and it's Kelly Gwinnett. And I believe we have a few guests here. The clerk from the town of Southborough, okay, is here to see how Northborough does it, and maybe give us some pointers, or vice versa. At this time, I will ask the Select Board if they have any certificates and awards that they wish to present at this time.
Yeah, go ahead. Just stay up there.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura, and I'm a member of your Select Board. Tonight, I am delighted to give recognition to some of the wonderful volunteers that really help guide a lot of the exciting things that happen in our town. At the beginning of our meeting, you saw a beautiful slideshow with pictures of the work that's being done by these volunteers. I hope you enjoyed it. Tonight, I'm delighted to recognize Janice Height for her time spent on the Appropriations Committee for 22 years. Robert D'Amico with the Appropriations Committee, who served 16 years. Teresa Capobianco, who served on the Board of Health for 6 years. Catherine Cushman, who served on the Cemetery Commission for 4 years. Rebecca Foley Mihopolis, who served on the Community Affairs Committee for 9 years. Diane Guldner, who served on the Conservation Commission for 36 years. Our late Tom Beals, who served on the Conservation Commission and Earthworks Board for 22 years each. Virginia Sims George, who served on the Council of Aging for 6 years. Jarl Anderson, who served on the Council of Aging for 23 years. Bruce Shute, Historic Commission alternate for 11 years. Andy Dowd, who served on the Housing Authority for 5 years. Paul Tagliaferri for his time on the Open Space Committee, 9 years. Carrie Martinick, who served on the Planning Board for 6 years. Christina Renzullo, who served on the Scholarship Committee for 3 years. If you're looking for ways to get involved, you can check out the town website. There are lots of vacancies for the different boards and committees. Have a great night. And for those receiving the recognition, your certificates will be mailed to you. So thank you very much.
When the moderator says it's time for Article 1, you can stay up there. Yeah.
Are there more that you want? Some more on the list? No, where are we going to? Article 1? Yeah. Okay, thank you. I am ready for you.
Okay.
Now we're ready to begin all the fun. Article 1. It is the appointment of a deputy moderator. And for those of you that don't know, the deputy moderator is just a heartbeat away. And in the unlikely event I'm not able to continue, the deputy moderator will take over.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to ratify the appointment by the moderator of Gerald Hickman as deputy moderator as provided by Article 22, Section 2-2 of the Northborough Home Rule Charter.
Motion has been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. As I said before, Mr. Hickman has been deputy moderator for quite some time. We've managed not to have a major argument yet, and he's really been actively involved in a lot of the planning and activities that take place before this meeting comes. With that being said, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate on the Oh, here we go. So at this time, you may vote. Has everyone got their vote in? Thank you. And the results are, oh, Jerry, it was close. Article number 2.
Mr. Moderator, Article 2 is a motion for the compensating balance agreement. I move the town vote to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, to enter into a compensating balance agreement or agreements pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53F.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. We have a presentation by our treasurer and accountant, Jason Little.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll just point out that I'm neither the treasurer or the accountant. I'm simply the finance director, but Jason Little, finance director. The compensating balance agreement article appears on the warrant every year. If this is passed, it would provide authorization for the town to enter into compensating balance agreements with banks. What a compensating balance agreement is, it's an arrangement whereby the town would agree to maintain a certain balance in its bank accounts in exchange for receiving banking services. The interest earnings on the balance would then be retained by the bank, which compensate the bank for the services provided. That concludes my presentation.
Can we raise the amplify the conversations that we hear?
Can we turn the volume up just a bit?
Can you hear me now? I'll restart. So a compensating balance agreement is an arrangement whereby the town would agree to maintain a certain balance in its bank account in exchange for banking services. The interest earnings would compensate the bank, and the services would be provided to us without having to be budgeted in the town's budget. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any discussion, any debate on Article 2?
Time, after all, is eternal. Of course, time is not money. Time is a hoax. Of the eternal light and to the enthronement of the creative intelligence of man, and for the liberation of His Royal Majesty and Associates from here in Northborough to all the ends of the earth and the farthest reaches of the cosmos. Indeed, for the building of His kingdom, which indeed will have no end.
Could you please stay on subject?
I'm talking. Thank you. My name for the light, His Illustrious Holy Royal Majesty Michael A. Leonard and Associates. Therefore, my address, Nigel Brooke Road, but of course I'm bilocating around the universe. So nevertheless, we call naturally for the absolute repudiation of the most insidious of evils that we have in this day, namely the worship of money, okay? And before everyone gets upset, okay, and thinks that I'm a bad person, okay, let us think to what extent The worship of money and the belief in money that what we do is what we worship. And the more that we think about money and how much, when we talk about interest, okay, that most of the people pay, hey, freedom of speech. When we think about interest, okay, that most of the people pay more interest than they, get from interest.
You have
And when
one
we say-
more- you have
wait,
one
hear
more-
me out.
One more minute.
Thank you. And so this is all the town fraud, because there's a book by Ellen Brown called The Public Bank Solution, okay? And this can be applied to a town government. That in the state of North Dakota during the recession, okay, that it was able to remain solvent because the establishment of a state bank, not beholden as much to international financial forces who do not care about the town whatsoever, but want to rather continue to loot the town, as in the notion of the fire station and all the compensation fees thereof, to create a spying network, of course. But
Sir, your time is up.
here we go. So, I'm almost done. Here we go. And I'm going to sue you for freedom of speech. Now, with that being said, we call for the establishment, of course, and the rejection of all interest on loans, and all those who take interest on loans will have to answer the Almighty God, as it says, Yahweh, who may dwell on your holy hill, those who have clean hands and do not take interest. So let us look to the salvation of our souls, and before we think that I'm wrong here, think about what the worship of money has done, and what it has done, and it has made us happy before people think that I'm a bad person for preaching the truth.
Do we have any discussion or debate that is pertinent to the question? Hearing none, this is what we're voting on. We're voting on allowing the Director of Finance to make arrangements with various financial institutions for compensating balance agreements. Now we may vote. Has everyone voted? And we see the results, please. Article 3 passes. I'm sorry, Article 2. Article 3, Consolidated Personnel Bylaw.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason, for the presentation. Article 3, Consolidated Personnel Bylaw. I move the town vote to amend the Consolidated Personnel Bylaw as reflected in the supplemental handout entitled Article 3, Consolidated Personnel Bylaw, Amendments, 2025 Annual Town Meeting, and to authorize and approve payment of the fiscal year 2026 wage increases pursuant to Section 1-64-040H1 of the Personnel Bylaw.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
And the Assistant Town Administrator will give us some explanation.
Okay, can you hear me all? The proposed amendments to the Personnel Bylaw for your consideration this evening were reviewed and approved by the Personnel Board in an open meeting on April 17th, 2025. The supplemental handout explaining the amendments is posted on the town website and was available to voters at tonight's check-in. The amendments consist of the following: amendments to the Personnel Bylaw 1-64-340, Section A, Executive Assistant Job Description. The administrative assistant supporting the police chief and fire chief perform duties comparable to those of the executive assistants to the town administrator and the select board. This amendment is intended to align positions with similar levels of responsibility and with the same access to confidential information. Also, amendment to 1-64-120, vacation leave. It's an update to the vacation leave accrual policy to allow a newly hired employee to start earning a vacation allowance on day one, and to be able to take their paid vacation leave following one full calendar month of continuous employment, rather than having to wait currently to their 6-month anniversary. This allows vacation time to accrue immediately and be used after 1 full month of employment, provides greater flexibility, and improves the town's ability to attract and retain qualified staff. And lastly, the adoption of general compensation scale in sections 1-64-350, Schedule B, and 164-360, Schedule D. The proposed change represents a 2% increase in compensation rates for non-municipal employee positions and merit-based miscellaneous employee positions effective July 1, 2025. The proposed increase is consistent with the average increase of the town's collective bargaining units for fiscal '26 as required by the personnel bylaw.
Any questions, any discussion?
Indeed, gentlemen, I want to raise the point, of course, that the expansion of the administration, this unnecessary administration, and when they say confidential information, this town is not at all transparent whatsoever. They meet ex parte. They have all these stupid experts discuss things who have no interest in the town whatsoever, but rather to loot the town for all the sustenance of the people. So absolutely no to more administration. The last thing we need is administration. What we need, the administration people are just nothing but statistical measurers. Okay, you pay them exorbitant salaries. They produce nothing. What's that?
Your point is?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Moderator, point of order. I'm wondering if this is outside the scope of the article.
No, because you're talking about hiring more administrators.
Excuse me.
Hear me out. Okay, now you have the fire station, which was $45 million, okay?
Wait, time out. You have exceeded the boundary.
Well, what's
of
the
what
boundaries?
this-
Where in the law is it? Like, what's my time limit? Show me the law and I'll get off. Show me the law.
You will get off when I ask you to get off.
No, you don't rule on the basis of arbitrary authority. We have freedom of speech. If I do not break a rule, I have the right to talk. Okay, that's what our lawsuit is about.
Officers, may we have a discussion on the side with this gentleman?
Is there any law? Show me the rules. Show me the rules. Where are they? Right? If you're going to claim that I'm disobeying any rules or laws, you have to show those laws. Otherwise, you're operating argumentative ad verecundium. Now, of course, you don't know what that means. Of course, that means appeal to authority. Just because I say so, because I'm a moderator. No, you must follow the rules of law. Now, in the United States of America, we have, on the democratic principles of government that you claim are based on freedom of speech, not time management. I'm right. Am I right? Yes, I'm right. Is there? But where are the laws? Show me the laws.
Just a point of clarification, there is no additional staff being hired. This is
Our
just a
police chief wanted to make a
reclassification.
comment.
Are we asking our officers to speak to that individual out in the lobby to give him a warning? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on Article 3? Hearing no discussion on that, this is what we're voting on. I move the town vote to amend the Consolidated Personnel Bylaw as reflected in the supplemental handout entitled Article 3, Consolidated Personnel Bylaw Amendments, 2025, Annual Town Meeting, and to authorize and approve payment of FY 2026 wage increases pursuant to Section 1-64-040H1 of the Personnel Bylaw. This requires a majority vote. Please enter your votes now. Has everyone had the opportunity to vote? And this is how we voted. Article 3 passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Yes.
Article 4, prior year's bills. I move that the town vote to pass over this article.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Jason Little, our finance director, will explain to us.
Thank you. This article appears on the warrant every year. It's as a placeholder in the event that any prior year bills have not been paid. Mass General Law requires that general fund budgets cannot pay prior year bills after the books have been closed without a specific appropriation. There are not any prior year bills to consider this year, so the article is recommended to be passed over.
Thank you. Just for everyone's information, if we are passing this over, it requires a simple majority vote. And then we can move on to the next article. If we can begin our voting. Has everyone had the opportunity to vote? And this is how we voted. Article 4 has been passed over. Article 5, please.
Thank you, Jason. Article 5, Town Budget. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the sum of $30,794,433 for town government as outlined in the warrant booklet distributed at this town meeting. And to meet said appropriation, the following sums available for appropriation be transferred from cemetery sale of lots, $14,250, cemetery trust income, $30,964, debt exclusion premium reserve, $408, DPU transportation fund, $4,196, conservation commission fees, $300, Fire Department EMS revolving fund, $387,154. Recreation revolving fund, $100,000. Animal control revolving fund, $33,605,000. PEG access cable related fund, $243,829. Opioid settlement fund, $20,000. Free cash, $500,000. For a total of $1,334,706, and that the sum of $29,459,727 be raised by taxation.
Is there a second?
Second.
And the presenter will be Stephanie Bacon, Town Administrator, and Jason Little, Finance Director.
Good evening, everybody. I'm your new town administrator. I know what you're thinking. We've had about 4 in the last 2 years, but I'd like to think of myself as the season finale. I'm the reboot. All kidding aside, I'm very glad to be here, and I'm in it for the long run. Northborough is an amazing town, and it also has a ton of potential. So I'm here to work with you and make Northborough even greater. Tonight, I just thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for saying such kind words about the budget process, and it does take a lot of work. So just quickly, I want to thank to the school district, Superintendent Greg Martineau and his financial team, who have worked collaboratively with the town throughout this whole process, along with Ernie Houle and his financial team from Assabet for their continued partnership, to the Financial Planning and Appropriations Committee, who carefully reviewed all of our capital and operating requests and dedicated countless hours in meetings over the past several months, to the Select Board for overseeing and guiding the budget process along. Their support was imminent in getting us here tonight. To our Finance Director, Jason Little, who has been driving this bus, and his commitment to protecting taxpayer dollars, his dedication to achieving the best outcomes for the community have been truly exceptional. Hats off to Jason and his staff for their outstanding work. And last but certainly not least, to our department heads and their teams who have worked so hard to meet the tight budgetary guidelines to bring a level service budget here tonight. Their sacrifices are appreciated, and we commend all of you for all of your hard work. Special thanks to Diane Wackel, our Assistant Town Administrator. I truly could not have accomplished all of this in just 5 months without you. And to Linda and Angie in my office, there's no better team. Angie has done everything you see here tonight, the slides, the books, and all of our changes. Let's see, and of course, Dana and Kaylee and the rest of the cable team, thanks for all your work shooting the warrant article explanations for our residents and filming us throughout the whole financial process. Now on to the town budget. Okay, let's see. Why isn't it moving? Is it moving on your end? Is it not full or? Oh, okay. That's fine. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we have a balanced fiscal year 26 budget. What does that mean? It means we were able to stay within Prop 2.5. What does that mean? Proposition 2.5 is a Mass state law enacted in the 1980s that limits the amount of property tax revenue a municipality can raise through real and personal property taxes. This revenue is called the tax levy. The maximum amount a community can levy in any given year is called the levy limit. Under Prop 2.5, Northborough's levy limit increased automatically by 2 factors: an incremental increase of 2.5% of the prior year's levy limit, and the addition of any new construction and any growth in local tax base since the previous year, called new growth. With these two combined factors, we were able to stay under the 2.5% required and achieve a balanced budget for fiscal year 26. What does a level service budget mean? A level service budget means the town is budgeting enough money to provide the same services in fiscal year 26 that we are providing this year. No major cuts, no major expansions. It accounts for normal cost increases like salaries, utilities, supplies, but it doesn't add new programs or staff. It's about keeping things running at the same level residents are used to. Why was that more difficult to do this year? Well, it's because we have 5 union contracts we're in the process of negotiating, with the new contracts to begin in July. They are patrol officers, sergeants, dispatch, fire, Northborough Municipal Employee Association, which consists of all DPW and clerical. Therefore, we need to set aside and project the final outcome of negotiations and set aside funding for this. Typically, union contracts are renegotiated every 3 years. The good news is we did not have to pull any funding from our financial reserves, essentially our savings account, to fund this budget, with exception to utilizing $500,000 of certified free cash, which is within the town's financial policies. We were able to fund OPEB at $600,000. OPEB stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits, mainly health insurance for retired employees, which is separate from pensions. We promise these benefits now, so we need to plan how to pay for them later. Why do we have to budget OPEB? State law and accounting rules require towns to calculate and report their OPEB liabilities. Strong financial management and investing into OPEB protects our bond rating, which helps the town borrow money at a lower interest rate. Ignoring OPEB can lead to higher borrowing costs and financial stress later. We were able to contribute $200,000 into our stabilization fund, which acts as the town savings account. This helps to protect the town from a sudden financial shock, keeps our budget stable year to year, and strengthens our credit rating, which saves taxpayers money when the town borrows for big projects like our new fire station. The town was recently able to hire 8 new firefighters through receiving a federal SAFER grant. This grant will pay for salaries and benefits of 8 firefighters for 3 years. In order to be fiscally responsible, we're proposing to establish a new special purpose stabilization account to help with funding these positions when the grant expires in 3 years. If we, for some reason, do not need to utilize all of the savings for this purpose, we can go back to the town meeting and, by town vote, repurpose this funding. You can look at it as I described OPEB, a future funding mechanism. We continue to fund capital projects with minimal debt. In short, minimal debt equals smarter spending, lower costs for taxpayers, and a stronger financial future for our town. I don't like this slide. This is our budget drivers. Womp, womp, womp. Okay. Health insurance. The town of Northborough employees, the Northborough-Southborough Regional School District, and the town of Southborough employees participate in a shared group health insurance plan to help save money. This large risk pool reduces the overall cost per person and provides us with better negotiating power when it comes to premiums and deductibles. However, things took an unexpected turn in January when we were informed by our insurance consultants that we should anticipate a 10 to 12% increase over the previous year's health insurance cost. Just when we thought that was the worst of it, we were shocked in February to learn that the actual renewal quote came in at a 25% increase. After picking myself up off the floor, our exceptional financial team, alongside the superintendent and Southborough's town administrator, worked extremely hard to bring that increase down to 17.9% in a very short window before town meeting. While it's still a significant challenge, it's certainly better than the alternative. You might be wondering what's driving these significant health insurance cost increases. It's a combination of insurance claims plus high prescription drug prices, expensive medications like GLP-1 drugs for diabetes and weight loss, medical inflation, the overall rise in healthcare costs, including hospital services and pharmaceuticals, outpaces the general inflation. Consolidation of healthcare providers, mergers among hospitals and healthcare systems can reduce competition, leading to higher prices for services. The aging population, there's a higher demand for medical services and long-term care. Behavioral health demand upon COVID-19 pandemic had led to the surge in demand for mental health services. As I've already mentioned, collective bargaining with the 5 unions is a significant factor in the budget, contributing to considerable costs every 3 years is difficult to project. Regarding levy capacity, we currently have $716,000 remaining, which may sound promising since we're in the green. However, this amount will not make a significant impact on the fiscal '27 budget. We've been anticipating this situation for some time, with projections indicating that an override may be necessary in fiscal year '27 or '28. While we've done an excellent job staying within the confines of Proposition 2.5 for many years, high inflation and a fluctuating market have impacted our financial situation. This is why we've built up healthy savings, which can help us navigate in tough times. That said, relying on savings is a short-term solution. Using up our savings could also affect our bond rating, potentially increasing our borrowing costs in the future. The good news, however, is that our bond rating was recently reaffirmed by Moody's, maintaining a AA1 rating. This reflects the town's strong financial health and management, which is crucial in keeping our borrowing costs low. Another significant budget driver is the new fire station, which was approved at special town meeting in October. In fiscal year '26, this will add an estimated $325 to the tax rate. Our finance director will provide further details on the borrowing for this project. Oh, shoot. I'm giving Jason's secrets away. How dare I? Why can't I find mine? Aw. No, this is the surrounding communities. Oh, is it? Okay. Don't look, everyone close your eyes. Oh, there it is. Okay, surrounding communities. You'll see Northborough highlighted in bold. This chart illustrates Northborough's position relative to our surrounding communities. It highlights several key data points. Our population is 15,667 based on most recent census data. Average single-family home value is $664,000. Per capita income is $76,000, meaning on average each resident earns about $76,000 annually. 2025 tax bill, $9,463. Tax effort, 12.39%, which reflects the proportion of the revenue the town raises through taxes relative to its ability to generate income. 2025 rank of 70. In this context, a 2025 rank of 70 means that Northborough's tax effort is ranked 70th among other towns in the state, indicating its relative position compared to other municipalities in terms of how much it taxes its residents and businesses, given its ability to generate revenue. Fiscal year '24, commercial industrial to residential ratio. For commercial industrial, we have 27.06%, residential 72.94%. Northborough's tax effort is shown to be in the middle range when compared to neighboring communities. This suggests a balanced approach to funding local services, with the tax burden neither being too high nor too low. This reflects the town's commitment to maintaining a reasonable distribution of costs between residents and businesses. The town works diligently to strike a balance between generating sufficient revenue to fund essential town and school services while keeping taxes manageable for everyone. Okay, conclusion. In conclusion, this year's budget reflects our commitment to the town's financial policies by funding stabilization, OPEB, core services, and capital, all while staying within Proposition 2.5. This disciplined approach has helped us maintain our AA1 bond rating from Moody's, ensuring low borrowing costs. We're presenting a level service budget, so essential town services will remain intact. Northborough has demonstrated outstanding financial stewardship, even amidst the economic challenges, which has driven up costs everywhere from gas to glue sticks. Maintaining operations within the confines of Proposition 2.5 has been particularly challenging, with inflation costs being well above that. Okay, while challenges remain, we're dedicated to exploring every efficiency and revenue stream to maximize the use of taxpayers' dollars. Our focus is on driving economic growth in Northborough to help offset future tax impacts instead of having to make cuts. We need to cut $47,000 in order to reduce the tax impact by $7 or 7%. In contrast, if we were to generate more economic development, $30 million in new growth equates to about $428,000 in additional levy capacity, which helps reduce the tax burden. Upcoming commercial and industrial projects we have in the pipeline could generate nearly $600,000 in new revenue. This would help further offset the residential commercial industrial split, again helping the burden on taxpayers. Our commitment to the town's efficiency, effectiveness, and growth remains stronger than ever. We're grateful for your presence tonight, your willingness to listen, and your dedication to making your voice heard. Your involvement drives our progress and helps shape a better tomorrow. Let's move forward together into a year full of opportunity and success. I'd now like to invite our Finance Director, Jason Little, to present and walk us through the details of the town budget. Thank you.
Thanks, Steph. Close your eyes again. All right. This slide would be very hard to see if it was recapitulated onto the screen from the warrant book, so I'm asking everybody that picked up a warrant book walking in, refer to page 52. It may be easier to follow along. That's our town's the town's balanced budget summary for the FY26 budget, showing revenues and expenses. So I just want to comment too, and I appreciate all the kinds of words that Stephanie shared, that I would also like to reiterate that I got to spend a lot of time with a lot of volunteer boards and committees throughout the crafting of this budget. The Appropriations Committee met approximately 10 times between January and now on the larger departments' operating budgets. The Financial Planning Committee met approximately 10 times as well between January and now to discuss every single capital warrant article that's in the warrant book tonight. The town administrator and I, just to talk about the process just a little bit. The process started in August, basically, with the financial summit, and understandably, that was with a different town administrator. We worked through that financial summit and looked at some projections into the future, which we'll talk about a little bit later in this presentation. And believe me, this presentation won't be that long. So again, this project started in August. This process started in August, and departments had budget instructions at the beginning of November. We made budgets due in December, so that started the budget hearings in January. So the budget culminated on April 7th when the select board meeting we reviewed some final adjustments that were made at that meeting. So the budget in front of you tonight was what was discussed through all of those meetings and ending on April 7th. So I want to thank everybody that helped with the budget and the volunteers that put their time into producing this. So first of all, this presentation, it's starting with the town's budget, which is included in Article 5. This presentation is meant to be holistic, to talk about all of the articles that are in the book. So starting with that, there's a number of articles later on tonight or throughout this town meeting that will be discussed. So these are the capital plan. This is the capital plan and the funding sources and the total of them, of the articles. There's going to be 16 articles that are proposed to be funded with free cash that total $2.8 million. There's one capital item within the Algonquin Regional's assessment that will be in the Article 7, and we are projecting to get grants that will offset the costs of the capital projects, so those total over $1 million. Cable funds are being proposed to use for one capital article related to the cable server, that's $54,000. There's a CPA article that will be proposed that was discussed through the capital plan, and it's relates to the White Cliffs, and that's a town-owned asset, so that was considered by the Financial Planning Committee. There's enterprise funds free cash proposed to be used. It's a truck, $95,000 is being proposed to be used from enterprise funds free cash. Lastly, there's borrowing authorizations because of all the capital articles did not meet the current resources we have, which is these items that have been listed above. So basically, the only borrowing authorizations being proposed this year are the downtown streetscape project, and that would be funded through the general fund. $913,000 is what's proposed to come from debt. There's two other debt articles tonight. There's an ambulance, and the ambulance's debt service would be paid from the ambulance revolving fund, so that would not impact taxpayers. And then there's also a utility bridge project that you'll hear about tonight, and that's proposed to come from debt service, but the debt service would be paid from the water enterprise fund. So moving on to talk about the revenue assumptions that were used, if you're still looking at page 52 of the warrant book, tax receipts make up 82% of the revenue picture that we have. And these are proposed to increase 9.36%, or $6.02 million, to $70 million. So that includes the new growth valued at $30 million, which accounts for $428,000 of new revenue. And then the fire station debt, the fire station was approved this fall at a special town meeting. We just issued a bond to begin paying for the fire station project, which is beginning. Groundbreaking hasn't happened yet, right? 21st. So meant to check on that beforehand, but thank you. I'm glad you're here. May 21st is when the groundbreaking is set to happen, but early May, we'll have the money to fund the beginning of that project. So we borrowed around $35 million this year. So the fire station debt accounts for $2.3 million of the $6.02 million increase. So that accounts for about 4 of the 9%. So state aid is the second largest source of revenue in the general fund's budget. That increases 2.83%, or $175,000, to $6.36 million. The numbers we used were from the governor's budget released in January 2025, and that process is ongoing. So many times we won't know our final state aid numbers till after town meetings concluded in June or July. The third largest source is local receipts. Local receipts increased about 5%, or $220,000, to 4.65%. And then the remaining amounts are other available funds, which includes, I know 6% is larger, but that's free cash accounts for 5%. So a total of $4.13 million is used from free cash. and $835,000 is the balance of transfers in. They come from available funds, which were all read at the beginning of the article in the motion. So this is what it looks like as a pie chart, and it's a balanced budget, so this is what the expenditures look like as a pie chart. And those are in the warrant book as well, on a page nearby to the budget model that you were referred to. So we mentioned our financial policies. The financial policy that we tried to target with the budget is generally to make sure our reserves are sufficient within our budget. We have a 5 to 10% policy guideline, and this is, we develop a free cash plan once we know our free cash number. So this is basically our free cash plan. We had $4.6 million certified. We're proposing $2.8 million be used for the capital plan. $500 is used for the operating budget, and we've limited use of the $500,000 to the operating budget in the financial policies in order so that the town does not build a structural deficit within its budget. There's an article for $15,000 for the Revolution 250th celebration, an Appropriations Committee Reserve Fund article for $175,000. That's an annual article. Transfer to stabilization of $200,000, and a proposed transfer to a special purpose stabilization fund of $400,000, and that leaves $500,000 unappropriated to carry over. And generally, the policy reason for leaving $500,000 unappropriated is that that's the amount that we're limited to in the operating budget. So basically, it's set aside there to be used for the next year if we need it, if we have a really bad year and we don't generate more free cash within FY25. So the status of the reserves, it also includes the town's stabilization fund. So we've proposed transferring $200,000 into the stabilization fund. So with that totals $6.3 million. So the reserves with free cash total $6.8 million. So versus the $86 million general fund budget, that equals approximately 8%. So that's well within the 5 to 10% policy guideline. So to speak of the estimated tax impact, we try to make a prediction of what the value of a single-family home is going. We consult with the assessors through the process, and it looks like from real estate data that we should expect an increase of about 5% in the valuation of single-family homes. It went from approximately $664,000 to $697,000 in our projection. So that takes the average tax bill. The average tax bill in the current year on a $665,000 home is $9,463. And so with the proposed FY26 budget, that's proposed to go to $10,429 or 10.2%. And the components of that increase are fixed costs. The health insurance increase was a large part of that. That makes up 2.29% of the 10.2% increase. That's $217. The town departments make up 1.62 of the 10.2%, or $153. So what's comprised within Article 5 and the town budget is an increase of $370. There's excluded debt service. That's also included within the appropriations in Article 5. That's makes up 3.38% of the 10%. That's $320. The school budgets make up 3.63 of the 10.2. So the three articles for school budgets totaled a tax impact of $343. And then the new revenue and additional local receipts, so forth, those reduce the tax impact by $67. So as presented tonight, it's a proposed increase of 10.2% or $966. So this is broken down even further. I won't go through each one of these numbers, but the tax impact that is accounted for here is laid out on this slide here. And a very thoughtful resident called me and said that they thought this would be a very helpful bit of information to share with people as we're looking at the budget. So the town department's requests, the The impact of those would account for $153 of the $966 increase. The health insurance alone makes up $170 of that increase. The retirement assessment is $39. The solid waste subsidy goes up $10. So again, I think these are helpful things to know and put in context what the various parts of the budget cost to the average taxpayer. So moving on, I have broken this out a little further. So within the town departments, this is how they break out in terms of their impact for each department. General administration, that includes the appropriation for settling union contracts. So that number is inflated higher than it would be if the contracts had been settled and spread across the other categories of public safety, public works, so forth. So public safety, as you can see, is proposed to go from a taxpayer cost of $877 to $899, or an increase of $23. Public works is similar at $23. The increase in human services would be $2. Culture recreation accounts for $4 of the $966. So that's where the town departments kind of break down. And if you look at, I think it's page 48, has the town's individual department lines listed in it, and that page is what basically rolls up to this $153 increase. So breaking up the schools further, you'll following this article, there will be 3 articles for the various school districts, and then this is a little more broken down of the 3 individual school districts and the components of their articles. And then lastly, of these analyses of the tax impacts, debt excluded debt, we talked about that at the beginning. The fire station debt service is new for the construction portion of the project. And so there's a lot of times we issue debt for a building project, and it will be on our books for a very long time, given the length of a debt schedule of 20 to 30 years. There was a library project. We're still paying the debt down on that project. There was a senior center building project, and the debt still continues on that. Every year it declines a little bit, so we see some relief coming, taxpayer relief coming from those projects, declining over time. Lincoln Street School as well is declining, and the impact of that is about $3. The fire station land design article from 2 years ago, that article is, we were able to roll that debt into the bond issue, and through that issue, it got spread out over the life of the project rather than being on a shorter window of time. So that had a reduction effect. And then the construction project, that portion of it was $2.4 million of an increase. So that impact itself was $354, but $354 net of $29 is $325. So $325 of the $966 budget increase is related to the fire station debt. So this is just a historical look back of town's tax bills over time. So relatively, it looks like a relatively flat line, but it's an increase over time. This looks like a pretty scary, steep increase, but it's starting at $8,000. So this is a status of what our projections look like. And I started off talking about how the budget process started in August. These are basically financial projections that have been derived from that project, from those processes. We previously had done the financial trend monitoring system presentations, and part of that was making predictions about where the tax rate was going to go based on things that are proposed to happen in the future through the capital plan and so forth. So this is basically just a plot. It's kind of a scary looking thing. It's kind of messy, and I apologize for that, but it's kind of looking at the actual, the yellow here is the actual tax bills versus FY26 is proposed. So it's kind of showing how it's all circling around. It was known that the tax bill was going to increase in the year that the fire station's debt started, which is going to be FY26. I believe back in 2022, we had predicted or had thought it would start in FY25, which indicates why that blue line is higher than the other lines. But again, going forward into the future, these predictions were set and discussed back last August, and as we've heard, some of the conditions that led to these predictions have changed, but we're on a policy position, have targeted the increase to follow what we say and what we have developed over these projections. So if further development comes in and spreads the tax impact out across a larger tax base, this trajectory may go flatten out and not be quite as steep in the future, and that's the types of discussions that will start in August for the future years. And again, this looks less scary because this one starts at 0, and it kind of looks like it's interesting because the decisions that are made are basically made on a straight line projection going forward. So these are really the same numbers as projected on the other slide, but in context with the past. And again, that concludes my portion of the presentation. And
Thank you.
Thank you
Any
for your support.
questions, comments? Excuse me, I had someone on this microphone ready to go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I just want to get a little clarity, or when you said that the value of the house, family homes, is going up 5%. Now, don't we do that about every year, that the values go up about 5% for our properties in general?
It's based on market values and discussion through the assessor's office. They track real estate sales that go through the MLS system, and we're responsible for providing full, fair cash value of the valuations that have been made of properties. So, yeah, it's based on what's actually happening.
Okay. And so you said it was $966 is the increase or the tax impact for this?
Correct.
For this, if everything goes through tonight?
Correct.
And then you said 10,429? Is that for next year?
That's the increase. That's the increase from 9,463 to 10,000.
Oh, so it's not...
9,463 this year's average tax bill.
Okay.
Plus $966 equals that $10,000 figure. That's where that comes from.
Okay, thanks, because I was a little like, oh, we
And
already
to
know it's
clarify,
gonna be.
that would be the annual bill, not quarterly, if anybody's thinking it's quarterly.
Okay. And right now, out of that 966, there's 320 from the fire station?
325.
325, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jason, Stephanie, thank you. A lot to...
Excuse me, your name and address, please.
Sure. Gibb Chase, 6 Kimball Lane, Northborough, Juniper Brook. Thank you. Your slides have a lot to digest there, and I just wanted to point out that Massachusetts has the highest cost of living index out of all the states except Hawaii. Northborough's cost of index is pretty much 12%, 11% above the median here in the state as well as in the county. The long-term 30-year fire station high price that we're dealing with there, the $32 million bond that you're dealing with, or 3.5, doesn't include the interest, doesn't include the maintenance, annual maintenance cost, or all the housing accessories and everything that are going to go into it. including the $20,000 clock on the tower. There should be a lot of concern, there is a lot of concern with the high risk of that override. In the Community Advocate, when they did the article, Stephanie mentioned that more overrides are inevitable. That was the word used. And I think, I would hope, you know, your personnel cost for health insurance, 17%, you know, increase. A lot of the salary increases. All of us are struggling with health insurance and, you know, property tax increases and you know, dwindling savings in IRAs and Social Security taxes and everything else. Going forward, I think we really need to start looking at different ways of trying to cut back on our expenses, even though you know, have done your best. I was kind of hoping that this $1,000 wouldn't hold up and an effort would be made like Westboro that you'd try to cut back on that property tax increase like they did and whittle it down to 700 or something, you know, show an effort on it. And the financial stability of your residents is going to pretty much be a driver on what you're going to have for an economy in this community and what you're going to have going forward. And I'm just making a plea that we start looking at a different way of operating and reducing the cost. Thank you.
Microphone A, please.
Hi, my name is Amanda Jabot, 80 Little Pond Road. My question is, for the $2.8 million that is proposed for capital projects out of free cash, if some or all of those do not pass tonight and the money is not appropriated, what happens with that savings money? Does it come back to the taxpayers, or does it sit in a fund even if we're over 10% of our reserves?
Well, to give an example of what would happen, last year at annual town meeting, one of the capital projects was cut on town meeting floor. What happened was we just had more reserves that carried over, and at the end of the year, free cash goes away and gets recalculated for the next year with the results, so it just rolls over to the next year if it doesn't get appropriated. So that would just mean more free cash would be available to appropriate from next time around, in theory. One of the things, and to the point of the gentleman that was before, one of the things that was being discussed was there is an appetite or a call for increasing the $500,000 we use in the operating budget, and that would be one potential idea to increase the free cash use in the operating budget. That's typically not advised because of the threat of there being a structural deficit. But yeah, basically the amount of free cash that we have would just increase if something's not appropriated, if it's not appropriated for something else.
Okay, so there's no option for it to come back to taxpayers to help relieve some of the burden?
No, what I was saying is that the capital plan, if we use it towards capital, it does effectively, and that's the philosophy that we've used in the past, is that using free cash towards small capital items lowers borrowing costs because the capital needs aren't met with borrowing. So it has a two-part effect where we're not paying interest on those costs in the future, and we're paying for them up front, and we're able to pay for it without a further taxpayer impact by raising like a capital article in the levy or something to that effect.
Right, but if it's not voted for, assuming the town doesn't want it at all, not now or in the future, say a truck, for example, or something like that, you're saying like we would still try to buy that again in the future, or that cash should just go back? And
well, there would be there's future years in the capital plan, so there's further items that the funding of them has not been determined for future years. So it would ultimately help taxpayers to defray the costs of the capital plan, or be used in the budget, or rolled over and continued and be part of the, I mean, it does benefit taxpayers and under all three of those scenarios.
okay, thank you.
Microphone B, please.
Hi, Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I'm Carter Brannon, 22 Sherlin Drive. I just had a question about the presentation itself on the slide comparing the communities, the neighboring communities. I didn't see Marlboro listed on that slide, and I was wondering if there's a particular reason for that, or if it was just left off for some reason.
Generally, Marlboro is a city form of government. A lot of the aspects of Marlboro aren't as similar as these other communities that we typically compare ourselves to. They also have a split rate for their business and residential taxes, so that's another comparison that makes it hard to compare a single-family home there versus ours here.
Great. Thank you.
Microphone A, please.
Thank you. Kelsey McCauley, 5 Birch Hill Road. So looking over your budget, Personnel Board goes up significantly by $400,000. How? Why?
That's actually kind of an easy one to answer. That's simply the money that's set aside for collective bargaining. The 5 unions that are unsettled, that's the additional money that's put there. Would be used for settling those contracts that are not provided for within the department's budgets. So that's where the additional money comes from, why that is such a stark increase over the prior year.
Okay, so just follow up on that. Why wouldn't you put it in the respective fields for public safety, fire, whatnot? You know, I know some of them are office support staff, but that doesn't, it's not reflective properly in your budget in my eyes.
Yeah, because those contracts aren't settled, so it's not.
So it's just free money
it's
until
not
it's
guaranteed.
settled?
It's within the budget.
Right.
There, yeah, it's within the general government budget for now.
All right, thank you.
Microphone B, please.
Hi, Mike Shaka, 120 Maynard Street. So I stand before you deeply concerned about the lack of fiduciary discipline that this town has had. In the town spending, as we're all aware from the budget that was proposed, I had previously heard the number was 1,090 that the average increase would be. Now it's roughly the same. It's a 966. And I guess I want to point out that that's not the whole story. And although it's been stated, I want to make sure it's clear. There's a smattering that we'll see throughout these warrants of something that sounds like a gift. It's free cash. Everyone loves free, right? But the problem is it's not free. Spoiler alert, this is money that we paid in prior taxes. And the problem is that, what we're voting on tonight is an increase that's on top of that free cash surplus of, I think it was $4.6 million. So money that's rather than it being returned to the taxpayers, is being, or even being used to pay down debt, for example. I mean, that could be 10% of the fire station, right? Instead of that, it's being used to offset many of the expenditures in the warrants, and it's giving false optics, I dare to say, that the spending increases are significantly less than what they are. So if we buy an ambulance, we pass a warrant for $500,000, but $500,000 is also coming from free cash. We're spending $1 million. We're not spending $500,000. Sorry. So the one thing that's not a false optic is that taxes are skyrocketing. And, in addition to the potential $1,000 increase that we face tonight, we need to be mindful of other capital projects that are looming. We've got the Peasley School, we've got the Town Hall, we've got others. And despite, and it's already been stated that we're already looking at very possible overrides in the next 2 years. So, despite the growing burdens, we need to recognize that it's become increasingly difficult for many of our residents, particularly the elderly and those on fixed incomes. Sadly, many of those people are having to consider being pushed out because of the cost. They can't afford Northborough anymore. And, we continue year after year, and people who have heard me speak before have heard the frustration in my voice when year after year, those silly yellow cards would get raised. Everybody would raise them, and nobody would even think about it. And it was staggering. The price tags were staggering. You know, of course, there's the $45 million fire station. There's, you know, the $200,000+ to put siding on a building that's scarcely bigger than a house. There are millions of dollars in aggregate that we have spent on studies and studies, projects that often go nowhere. A few years ago, I remember everybody waved their flag up for $60,000 to cut 20 little small trees in the Brigham Cemetery. Another $50,000 to put a couple of shutters on the Historic Society building. We purchase land and buildings in this town with no clear vision. We sell property for a fraction of its value.
Excuse me, sir, you're running out of time.
Okay. I have a point. Meanwhile, we make it increasingly difficult for businesses to come here or stay here. We create a hostile environment for economic growth, which could be subsidizing our taxes through commercial sector. So, tonight, I speak because this has to stop. The tax levy on our residents is not a bottomless resource. We need fiscal discipline. We, all of us in this room, we're the ones that can demand it tonight. There's no doubt that the services in this town, our police, our fire, our DPW, they're all fantastic. We have fantastic services in this town. But much like every household must do from time to time, there comes a point when we require belt tightening. And I argue that we are not operating at 100% efficiency. I further argue that there are areas that we can sharpen the pencil to find savings in every department. Therefore, as a starting point, I propose we move this budget back to the drawing board. I move to amend Amendment 5 by reducing the total appropriation by 15%. And by the way, that 15% comes out to $4.6 million, which is roughly the amount of the surplus that we had last year. So we'll still be increasing it by $4.6 million, or 4.5. So it's time we send a message and we begin the belt tightening. And we protect those that are vulnerable in this town that can't afford it. And we demand accountability from these departments, and we stop the craziness in the spending. We stop the $200,000 siding and $60,000 for trees and everything else. And well, I've called a motion. So a motion to amend. Do I hear a second?
No, I'm the moderator, okay?
Okay.
There has been a motion made on the floor. I have not heard a second.
Second. Let him speak. Second.
So the motion is to modify or amend Article 5, the motion in Article 5. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I look toward the town administrator and the director of finance do we want to huddle for a minute or two and talk about this?
There was a motion. I call for a vote.
I want to talk to them about what we're doing next, okay?
No lack of transparency. She doesn't know. God bless you, sir. Good job.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
I do think the town should buy buildings. Everything else you're absolutely right about. We spend money on them. We don't need it. We don't spend them. We do need it. Never seen Rich Collins like this. Glory, glory.
What's that? Thank you. Thank you. But
Okay, folks, I'm sorry, but I just needed to touch base and make sure everybody was on the same page. We do have a motion. The motion was a very broad and non-specific motion as far as what was going on.
may I repeat the motion?
One person can talk at a time. I can't understand when you both talk.
May I repeat the motion, because I don't believe it was broad? I move to amend Article 5 by reducing the total appropriation by 15%.
But there needs to be more definition, in my opinion.
Well,
You have
well-
to, excuse me, you have to explain and define where those cuts would be.
It's the amount of the requested warrant is a tax increase to be $29,459,727, and I'm moving for it to be decreased by 15%, which calculates out to $4,619,164. So therefore, the reduction for the monies raised by tax levy would be $24,840,563.
I understand. So you're doing a flat
Yes.
reduction across the board?
Across the board to the warrant. That's what the warrant is defining an amount that's in aggregate, and I'm defining it across that. And it's up to the departments to figure out where the tight belting can happen, just like you would do in your own budget at home.
Mr. Rhodes.
The motion, yes, sir.
Point of order. As I understand the motion, it's a 15% across-the-board reduction on every line item. That includes debt service, which is fixed costs. There are a bunch of other fixed costs that Jason can tell us about. I guess I would like to understand if that's even possible to reduce our committed debt service on sold bonds, Lincoln Street, Fire Station, all of them.
Well,
Is that even possible to do? That's my point of order. Question.
Excuse me. What I'd like to do is give the town administrator and the finance director an opportunity to, now that they understand it's a 15% reduction across the board.
Yeah, it's not a line item, 15% to each, it's, as that gentleman stated. It is a 15% in aggregate to that budget. And how, if there's certain things that can't be touched, well then, so be it. It is solely what's being requested, 15%.
Okay. I'm going to ask the town administrator and the finance director to respond to this before we have more discussion on the floor.
Yeah. Mr. Moderator, I would suggest that the 15% has to be a specific amount. So we need to have a specific appropriation which accounts for a specific amount. So the appropriation in the budget is represented on pages 92 and, 48 and 49 of the warrant book. So the collection of all the lines within that budget are what account for the appropriation. So you'd have to select within that what specifically is being cut.
May I ask the moderator, what parliamentary procedure requires that be part of the motion? What are you saying, that the motion as I've presented it is invalid or impossible to call a vote for?
It is not as well defined as I believe it should be.
Keep going, we're with you, buddy, keep going.
Thank you. So explain to me then, how would you need it? You understand the spirit of it. I'm calling for a vote,
Yeah.
so I'd like to understand,
Well,
other than
the-
creating a bulwark here.
As, this is, we're hearing you out, but you have to understand our perspective, that it took a long time to get to this budget. So when you say take 15% across the board out of general government, we have to be strategic of where we're going to do this. Let's put it this way, the health insurance that I talked about nearly killed us.
Yep.
So
And that's
this,
why-
this is a lot.
Yeah, and that's where the statement of go back to the drawing board and figure it out.
Okay.
Because just like we would.
And with the 15% cut, I just want everyone to be aware, you are going to lose services. And if you're okay with that, that's fine. But I don't know if you want to hear more about what services you get every day from general government, whether it's plowing your roads, sweeping your streets, fixing your culverts, it goes on and on. So be very careful.
I
We
call
have
for
to-
a vote. Motion for a vote.
There are people at the microphone waiting to be part of the
That
discussion.
didn't stop with the fire station. As soon as a motion for a vote was called, you
Sir,
stopped everyone from
sir,
speaking.
Please let these people have their say as well.
Okay, so can you explain to me what is different from what you did in October when you shut everyone's voices off and when somebody came up and called for a vote? Can you explain that to me, sir?
I can't at this particular time. One more outburst, sir, and I'm going to have to ask that you leave permanently, okay?
Sir, can you please provide an answer to what the difference is in these two situations?
That has almost nothing to do with what we're discussing right now.
No, somebody called for a vote and you shut off all there were people in line and you disallowed them from speaking because somebody stood up and said, we call for a vote. So I'm asking you, what is the difference? Besides this bullwalk. I mean, this is simply essentially a filibuster to prevent the vote. Let the people vote.
Sure. Okay. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to allow the people who are standing in line patiently the opportunity to give their words of thought too.
Fair enough.
Okay, we're going to start at microphone A.
Fair enough.
Okay, so this is, there were a lot of interesting things that were just said, and I don't know that I would go 15% to start. Oh, sorry, Jake Ruskowski, 24 School Street. We've lived in this town for 10 years. We moved here in 2016, and the majority of things that have changed have been our taxes. I just want to point a couple things out real quick. So our population in this period has gone up like 4.5%. You look at some of these numbers, Public Works, 77% increase, Fire Department, 53% increase, Public Safety, or Police, 42%, Town Accountant, 118% increase. Tax receipts overall have gone up 57% in that period. It does not add up. The land's not getting bigger. We're not taking land from Westboro and Shrewsbury. We have a finite boundary. The amount of population that we're adding is not proportional to the amount of money that is being spent by our departments. And things need to be cut. I don't understand. There's nobody up here that seems to be concerned. Like, look at that. I took an impartial survey of people my age. My kids, I have a kid in middle school and a kid in elementary school. Our age, everyone wants to move out when their kids turn 18. They're like, we can't afford these tax increases. That chart was heartbreaking looking at that thing. I've worked hard on my house. I put in a lot of sweat equity. I don't see myself staying here, and I wanted to stay in that house for a long time. If it keeps going at that rate, my taxes are going to be $30,000 a year when I retire. That is ridiculous. Like, nobody is doing anything. And something needs to be done. I don't think it's 15%, 10, 5, start at 5% cutting everything. I know you can't cut everything across the board. You can't cut health insurance. Health insurance stinks. But please explain to me why our retirement and assessment in 2016 was $1.415 million, and this year it's $3.33 million. How many employees have you added? You have not added that many, but it's more than 240% increase. Like, it doesn't make sense. Yes. And nobody wants to cut. Like, you got to cut something. We can't do this. My cost of living, 100% of it goes to my taxes every year. Like, it's nuts. And I wish people would do something, because it's frustrating, because I want to live here for a long time, and you're making it impossible. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Chris Woodcock, Increase Ward Drive. As I look at the budget, there are a number of things on there, as I mentioned earlier, that are fixed costs, the debt service, the benefits, electricity, things like that. They're uncontrollable by the town. There have to be what they are budgeted. If, for the sake of just the discussion here, I assume that 15% across the board cut, and I don't touch those things that can't be cut, like the debt service, we're probably looking at 25% cut on everything else. Now, my question to the finance director is, if this motion passes and we do not change those fixed costs, such as debt, such as benefits, that type of thing, does that mean that the salaries, the line items, will all be reduced by, say, 25%? Your salary will be reduced 25%. Our public works director, our fire chief, our police chief would all be reduced by 25% if this motion passes.
I would answer that as, I mean, one thing to, so to answer that question, you would have to identify where the cuts are being made. And if we refer to our warrant book, the discretionary areas of the budget, which are the town departments, are on page, what did I say, 48. The total of all those, the discretionary areas of the town budget, total $16 million. A 25% cut that we just did on our calculator, or 15%, would be $4.6 million. So from $16 million, it would be very difficult to find within the discretionary part of the budget $4.6 million to cut from that. I mean, looking at that list of departments, I mean, we would have to close departments. And one of the things to consider as well, when I say not discretionary, the retirement system, the retirement increase, I mean, we talk about this at every budget hearing that we hold about it. We have certain fixed costs that we have to pay, like we're assessed by the retirement system. Whether we lay everybody off and not have any future employees, we're still going to be paying the majority of that retirement assessment, because that's related to, it's a separate entity that assesses us that we belong to this retirement system. It's the pension plan. New employees that contribute to the pension system actuarially pay for their own retirements, and it's truly a situation of sins of the past. The retirement system, it's a 100-member retirement system. They've decided to, the state has a state law that says that pension systems have to be, public pension systems have to be fully funded by 2040. They've targeted 2036 as when they are going to become fully funded. That's the story behind the larger than usual increase in the pension. Pension benefits aren't getting any better for public employees. It's simply making up for basically sins of the past where not enough money has been appropriated into it in prior years. So if there had been proper appropriations in the past, there probably wouldn't be as sizable, the number would probably be where it was, but there wouldn't have been as many sizable increases in that per year. We're actually rated within that system, so our calculation is based on our people, our retirees that have already retired. So basically, I'm talking a lot about just the risks of retirement system, but the debt we have to pay, that's an obligation. The debt's not a question, we have to pay that. So for us to enact a $4.6 million cut, we'd have to look at the $16 million of discretionary spending. On top of that like a 75%, we're a service organization, so we provide services. 75% of that budget is personnel. It's impossible to do that without layoffs, and that's a much more difficult exercise than I think people think. That
I'm not sure my question was clear, Jason. What I'm saying is, if this article passes, as the motion was made and seconded, if it passes, you're left with a situation where certain things can't be cut, some things will be cut. My question is, will everything be cut 25%, or will you pick and choose? I'm going to eliminate the fire department. I'm going to eliminate the police department. And how would you do that? If it's not across the board, on everybody's salary is cut 25%, how would you interpret, and maybe this is a question for town council, how would the town interpret how that cut is to be made, since the motion was across the board?
My suggestion, my answer to that would be that it's not my choice where we appropriate money. That's town meeting's choice. It's in the warrant book. It would have to be identified which appropriations are being cut from what's published in the warrant book.
And I just want to make the point, I forget your name, gentlemen, but yes, you were talking about, no, yep, the second one, yes, sir, yeah, Mike. You know, you were frustrated about the vinyl siding, the fire department, but all of these articles, year by year, come to town meeting. So the people, a majority, voted for these articles, and that's why we have these assets. It's not anything we have done. The people have spoken, and that's.
The computer system rigged? It could be. Let's check it. Discovery process.
Yeah. The point is that, you know, fears of fire and brimstone and massive cuts of 25% and what have you, we need to be grounded in the fact that the surplus last year was $4.6 million. That money is money that wasn't used last year and is being used this year. So essentially, a 15% cut is keeping things flat. And maybe there's some fiduciary discipline where there are some fixed costs, such as insurance or utilities, where there's not the ability to have that variability in spend, where that's where the belt tightening comes in. So it's not a matter of, again, this horrible, oh my God, you know, we're all in the chasm of despair because we've got to make these massive cuts. We need to be grounded in the fact this is keeping it flat, essentially. And it's tightening a little bit in some areas so that we're not spending ridiculously millions of dollars on parcels of land that we have no purpose, on structures that are just money pits. I mean, we could make a movie about one in town, right? I mean, we just need to be responsible. It's the people's money.
It's the people's money, and it was it were all of you that voted for these, like White Cliffs, whatever, for West Main.
Yeah. And that's why I'm asking for this consideration to amend the sins of the past and make those cuts.
This is the problem is this year specifically, we did not anticipate, and we have an insurance broker, we did not anticipate an 18% increase in health insurance, and also it's a union bargaining year. So coupled with those expenses, 15% would kill us. It would. And you're saying, you know, you're not giving us something specific that you want cut. So is it going to be across the board, fire, police, senior center? I don't know.
Yep.
I mean, here we are. It took months to establish this budget, and then you're saying another 15%.
Which is the equivalent of the surplus. So we're going in circles. Mr. Moderator, you said people that were actively in line at that moment, which that has, I believe, except for this gentleman, has been completed.
Well, this lady was here first also, so please, she may go.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Carrie Wolf, 34 Hamilton Road. I am here to actually comment on what was the motion that we're voting on, although some of it will apply to the previous article as well. I have grave concerns generally around disvaluing the work that has gone into creating the budget for this specific year. I have a lot of trust, actually, in the folks in front of us who did that hard work, so thank you. I know it is challenging. I know it is a challenging year. We are facing a lot of an external context, which is weighting what we're all discussing around our taxes, around our cost of living. And I don't want to discredit also what folks are feeling around this pressure. But there's a lot that could also happen externally that could be compounded for external services many of us are used to, and also cuts that this would force for the town. And so when I think about what's happening federally and all that we're losing, what we could lose here, frankly just grave concern. So I will not be supporting the amendment at hand. I will not be supporting 15% cuts, especially with the unspecified components to it. And I just want to really say again, thank you. I value all of you for what you are trying to do for us. Thanks.
How you doing? David Cooley, 280 West Street, Northborough. I also own about a dozen residential and commercial properties in town as well. My question is for you, sir. About how many hours would you say from August until now have you put into the budget? Completed with your staff and everybody? Around about 500, 1,000, 2,000, 10,000?
Well, lower than 10,000.
Lower than 10,000? Now, out of that 10,000, what would you think your percentage was of working on increasing the taxes and working on decreasing the taxes out of that 10,000? Roundabout number.
Well,
Was it more than 10% on the decrease, or is it completely 10,000 on increasing the taxes?
We'll talk about the ideal budget and
well, again, when we started this budget process.
Just a roundabout number, that's all. Just if it's 10,000 hours of putting it together, what were the amount of hours from the difference from trying to decrease the budget opposed to increasing it?
Yeah, I just disagree with the framing of the question.
It's just a number, sir. You're obviously very smart with numbers, smarter than me. It's just a number. Is it 1,000?
Well,
Yeah, but there's no tangible number.
Okay, you can't answer it? All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
no, but just to reiterate, the way we started, we had an ideal budget from departments, and then we had the level service. It looked promising that possibly they could have, we could consider some needs that they had until all of this came to play with health insurance, It was level service. There's, like I explained in my presentation, there's no new employees. There's nothing new, no new programming. It's level service. That is it.
On microphone B, is this, your statement pertain to the amendment?
I have, I guess, a point of order. A question, would it be possible or beneficial to move this article until after Article 34 to give time to look over whether they're making specific cuts to certain things, or if any changes would be made considering if any of the capital articles fail?
Well, you know, the bottom line is we currently have a motion that has been seconded on the floor.
Okay.
We need to address that.
Okay. And after that, would that be possible? If failing, of course.
Let's take the vote and then see, okay?
All right, thank you.
There were two, yes.
Good evening. My name is Tim Kalin, and I am a member of the Appropriations Committee. And I just wanted to address Dave Cooley's question on how much time we spend on increases versus decreases. There's 5 of us on this committee. We start meeting in January. We meet weekly until about 3 weeks before town meeting. Each meeting ranges in time from 2 to 3 hours. So over that time, it's probably well over 200 hours that we put in just on our aspect of the operational budget. If you go back, and all of our meetings are posted online. You can watch those meetings live, or you can go back and watch those now. If you go back and watch those, we have very passionate and detailed discussions with every department head about their increases and ways to combat those increases so that they don't impact residents' taxes negatively. We have very detailed discussions on how we can reduce budgets, how we can reduce the tax burden on residents. I can't speak for all 5 of us, but I can tell you that is our major concern, is the tax impact that these budgets have on residents. We are very aware of that. We are very aware of the increases that this budget has and the impact it has on this community. And we would, as appropriations, we would not put forth this budget unless these expenditures have been thoroughly vetted, and we think that these expenditures are appropriate so that this town can get the services that it deserves. I grew up in Northborough, and one of the things I think about this community is that as residents, we value safety and education. And if you look at this budget, the majority of the money goes to safety and education. Thank you.
Mr. Rogers. Okay, yes.
My name's George Brinkle, and I've been on the Appropriations Committee for 5+ years. Just a couple of points of clarification for what Tim said is we did not recommend this budget unanimously. There's discrepancies where several of us on the committee voted against the budget. Personally, I think a 15% cut on the budget is unrealistic, but I don't think the budget as it's been presented is the best we could do. And I am concerned that we have, exactly as said, that we haven't taken the tax increases and the pressure we're putting on our taxpayers in our town into account fully. I'm sure most of us in this room did not end up this year with a 10% increase in our wages and our household revenue, and yet we are dealing with a 10% increase in our taxes, and we are going to all individually make some tough choices on what we don't do because we don't have the choice of saying, oh, well, there's nobody behind us to go get the money from. So I think we could have been a little bit more careful at the town level to keep this, particularly in light of the fact that we have the increase due to the debt of the fire station. We could have done a better job at tightening the belts a little bit more. I would be happy with a 1% or 2% decrease in the budget, not just the town budget, but across the board. Town, all the various sections in here. 1% should be very doable. I think our department heads, et cetera, can accomplish that. And I'm not saying that it wouldn't be painful. I'm not saying that it wouldn't make some difficult choices. But to come in and look at a 10% increase in taxes is, I don't think, is the best thing that we should have done.
Microphone B, please.
Susie Sislicka, 8 Emerson Road. I'm on different boards and committees, but I'm speaking as a private citizen and volunteer. This is the second time I've had the pleasure of hearing this budget presentation because I was at the Select Board Committee when they presented it for the Select Board. And I was there when you guys were there, and I have to say they did a very good job, and you were very tough with your budget presentation, and you guys put in a ton of work. So they put in a ton of work, and you guys were very tough on them. It was riveting, and I'm not usually riveted by budget presentations. However, I just want to say, as a town member, I want you guys to think before you make the vote, if you go to the senior center for any of those programming, because a lot of you do. I go there for lunch. I love it. I want you to think about that because that might be gone. The summer camps, recreation department, you drop your toddler off there, that might be gone. NEDP, that might be gone. So you're going to have to find private childcare, which is scarce, very scarce. What are some other things that might be gone? I know that the fire station posts the, their calls and how, everybody's gone. Their staff might be cut. That might be gone. Our police, they might have their staff cut. And I'm not being fire and brimstone. These are just some of the cuts that might be made, 15%. And now I am going to put on my volunteer hat a little bit. I am Community Affairs Department. We only get $500. We put on the summer concerts, the town cleanup, but I get my bags from the DPW. Junior Women's Club gives me my gloves. I was lucky enough to get ARPA funds for my trash grabbers. But those bags, that might be gone. I might have to hustle and find a new sponsor. Anyone wants to sponsor? Summer concert series, you can find me after. We have great bands, but you can find me after. And then I'm gonna have to find a sponsor for the town cleanup to help with that. So these are all things that you have to consider that are gonna be cut. All those nice little things those are the things that you're going to have to consider. And then your favorite person that's at town hall or the health and services department or, all these things that we have come to depend on and why we love Northborough. So just think about that. Or that Northborough, we move here for schools. Those small class sizes, that's going to be gone too because that's where it's going to trickle down. So thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your hard work.
George, may I ask you a follow-up question? So thank you for that information and the candor and disclosing the fact that it was not a united vote and that there was some challenge to it. What percentage would you say, if you had to just spitball it, that there could be belt tightening that's within reason? I know you said 1% to 2%, but if you had to really, really tighten it, right? Within reason, without the fire and brimstone. Without the fire and brimstone, without, grandma getting shot in the backyard and, all these other things, right? What do you think?
Mr. Moderator, I'm going to assume that
It's
was
hard to give
Appropriations Committee.
just come up with a number like that.
Yes.
But the issue is, and the point you're raising is that we are increasing town expenditures at a rate that is putting an incredible amount of pressure on taxpayers in this town.
Yes.
And we need to, I would have liked this year if we had gone into the budget process with a target and had spent the period of time between August, when we did financial planning, and February and March, when we finished up the budget, to have given a target and said, come back and try and live within this number, as opposed to give me a level services budget.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been much happier if we had taken more of that approach and said, what is reasonable to ask from our taxpayers, as opposed to what do we need?
Thank you, George. Mr. Moderator, may I amend my motion? Or,
You can amend it, but there's a motion.
oh, okay, all right.
And
So
second.
Would I do that afterwards then?
Depends on what happens.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Grace and peace, glory in the highest, goodwill towards men. With regards to the cuts, right? I don't believe in cutting teachers. We hear Sister here, Susie. Cutting teachers.
May we have? You didn't give your name and address, please.
Yes, His Illustrious Holy Majesty Michael A. Leonard and Associates, 9 Juniper Brook Road. Okay, let's stop following a robotic procedure, right? Okay, nevertheless, we don't believe, of course, in cutting teachers, and this is what we hear when we get cuts. And of course, she's right that the people who get cuts are the teachers, the low-level social workers. What we want is cuts to the administration. People like Stephanie, people like them, to cut their salaries entirely. The issue is, of course, with this deference to experts, right? Mr. Little talks about like financial projections. That's all a bunch of nonsensical math. I studied economics. I got a 3.8, 9 GPA, student of the year. It's all a fraud, right? All these projections. You can't project the future. And what wonders is some financial system based on future projections, and that this system is all a fraud, and that you see them use words because they don't know how to, they think like robots, right? A safety, like these words that don't have any meaning to it, to get to our emotions, right? That, nevertheless, but there's no reason for more administration in this town. All these specialist experts, we unfortunately, we want to talk about education, right? But all these people, they think like robots, right? They just follow procedure, right? And it just shows the lack of the education in this town. And that, I'm finishing. That, we can keep all we can increase our services, okay, but let's get rid of all the statistical specialists, all the feasibility studies. These projections are all nonsense and they get nothing done. And let's just cut the administration, let's cut all these salaries, and just have a Socratic, non-ex parte model. We don't just listen to what the experts say. The experts don't care about us, right? That we can all discuss these things, and we
You
can
have 15 seconds.
I made my point. Glory in the highest.
There is a motion that has been seconded. Sir, are you going to add more to the discussion?
I hope to. Mr. Moderator, Chris Woodcock, Increase Ward Drive. I'm on a fixed income. I'm sympathetic to this article. I think most people in this room are sympathetic to the article and the increases we're having to do. But for the life of me, I can't figure out what this motion would do. And this is a question for you, Mr. Moderator, whether this motion is even in the proper format. If it passes, my questions are this: is the 15% cut to the $30,794,453, or is it to the $29,459,727 from taxes? Which one is it to? Does it also cut the revenues that we have here by 15%? I think we need to know, Mr. Moderator, if this motion to amend passes, what does Article 5 look like? Article 5, as it was originally put in here, that we're now looking to amend, talks about two different numbers. Overall million, 30 million, 29 million from taxes. It's got revenues. Are each of those cut by 15%? And also, if we come back to the main motion with those numbers cut by 15%, it says, as outlined in the warrant booklet, I assume that's page 48, which talks about the Article 5 budget. Which of those numbers are cut by 15%? I don't think we have the answers to that, Mr. Moderator. And without those answers, I don't know how we can vote on Article 5. I question whether this is even within the scope, the amendment that's been put here.
I can't address that until I see the written amendment. I have not seen that amendment yet.
Okay, I did state clearly that it was attached to the $29,459,727, which is the increase, or rather the tax levy. So that's the burden by we, the taxpayers. That's what would be decreased by the 15%, or $4,619,164. Do you need me to write down what I wrote so that
Yes.
you can read it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. George, I want to ask you one thing. I'll be very brief here. Number one, you said that what rules, I tried to cite to my extent, like what rules am I breaking, and now you're saying the same thing. You don't see the contradiction there. Secondly, I want to just make the point that the use of procedural delay over and over and over again. Okay, it's a movement that town government uses to delay and then continue not to talk about it so it fades away. So don't fall for it. We need to talk about the substance of the issue and have a discussion about the substance of the issue and not argue over procedural trivialities, because these are just dodges and equivocal lies in order to get away from the substance so the town can continue to defraud the people.
Thank you very much. Microphone 8. I'm sorry. Chairman Cohen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Mitch Cohen, Chair of the Select Board here. I want to speak to 2 points on this proposed amendment. One is the Select Board and town staff need to know the line item budget. So, for example, if you look at that, you see that police is $3.566 million, fire is $2.610. Amending the bottom line doesn't tell us what to do with those individual line items. I have no idea how we would administer a budget that is amended in this way. Point two, I want to make sure that everybody knows, several months ago, the Select Board, for the first time, took a vote that directed staff, especially the finance director through all departments, to limit their requests to 3%. 3% budget increase, which is less than it has been in years past. And I can appreciate some people say, oh, it should be 2%, it should be 1%. That took a lot of work. That took months' worth of work from all the department heads that are in the first few rows over here, and also for the school department over there, and all the committees that they work with. This budget that we are voting on tonight takes effect July 1st. That's in 2 months. There is no way that we can figure out what to do with to adequately figure out what to do with the 15% cut in 2 months. Yeah, we could do the math. It would be a horrible budget. Everybody would hate the end result. Services would be a disaster. My suggestion to the proponent of this amendment and anyone else, come to the select board early. Come over the summer, convince the select board for its directive next year to be something different. If you think we should cut 15%, convince us to start that directive early so that can, excuse me, Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Yep. This, in a 2-month period, we can't digest this. There's just not a good way. No one in this room would be happy with the end result. How to do that in 2 months? This town meeting is not the beginning of the budget process. It's the end of the budget process. We've got to get this passed tonight, and you know, that's I don't know how the town and all of its department heads and a finance director and the town administrator and all the other staff would be able to do this. Thank you.
Microphone A.
Brian Cole, 4 Lawrence Street. Mr. Moderator, I move the question on the amendment.
Once again, I don't have a written amendment.
And shows indeed that
Okay, I think we're back. Just to remind everyone, what we're doing is there's been an amendment to Article 5, and the amendment has been made and seconded. I will try to read this. It's handwritten, so bear with me. You need that for that? Give me another second.
Mr. Moderator, I have a question. Just looking for some clarification. David Cooley, 280 West Street. So if this motion passes, does the town meeting now get pushed off until we can go back, revisit the budget, re-accounter for it, and then come back in front of the town and then revisit everything else? Because essentially, if this doesn't pass, then there's no sense to go forward in the meeting, correct?
Or the typical way is to have a special town meeting.
Okay.
At significant cost to the town, to be able to, you can't. Can you hear me now? Okay. Typically what happens is there is a special town meeting scheduled to be able to go back over and then rerun all the information and talk about that to make sure that everything ticks and ties. Okay?
It's not just the budget, there's some other articles in here too, that's probably going to take a lot of discussion.
Approximate cost for town meeting?
ask a related to that mechanical question?
What was that?
May I ask a related to that mechanical question? What happens after?
Okay.
Genevieve Belfer, I'm 18 Tomahawk Drive. If this were to pass and we have to come back for another town meeting and we cannot figure out the budgets and schedule a town meeting before July 1st, what happens on July 1st?
We're in trouble. We're in trouble. Okay.
I mean, is it a complete government shutdown, is what I'm asking.
And we know how those operate, don't we?
Well, right, like, does that mean that nothing can, no police, no fire, no nothing? Is that what it would mean?
Please. I've gone to town council.
No, I'm just going to go up to the mic. Mr. Moderator, through you.
Yes.
If a budget isn't passed on or before June 30th, and the town were to start fiscal 26 without a budget, typically what would happen is you'd have to, number one, you'd have to go through the DOR process and go to DOR, and then you would have to operate on a 1/12 budget until such time as you can appropriate the necessary funds to fund the government. All you're voting on right now is the motion to move the question on the motion to amend. If that passes by 2/3, then you would vote on the motion to amend. That'll either pass or fail, and then you'll vote on the main motion, just so that everybody's clear on that. Thank you.
So what we're voting on is the move the question vote. And the move the question vote requires a 2/3 majority.
Mr. Moderator, while we're waiting, I have a question for you. Right now, we're at a point of order here is we're asked to move the question, vote on the question. We don't even know what the motion is at this point. I'm questioning whether this procedurally is correct. The town council, whether we can move a question when we don't even have a motion on what we've had yet. We haven't had a debate because we don't even know what the motion is. We have some vague idea, but that's the extent of it.
I could answer that. That is, now that I can speak again, the move the question simply says that's there, and then we go back to the original amendment and talk about that amendment. So what we've been talking about is, are we going to move the question or not? Is everyone ready to move on that? Yes, please. There was an amendment made to Article 5. And then there was a motion to move the question on the amendment. So we need to talk about the amendment and whether to move forward with the amendment by moving the question. So moving the question comes first. And there was a question there with, well, what was the amendment? That was so long ago, I don't remember. Okay? And the amendment, just for reference point, we're not voting on this right now. It's amend Article 5 by reducing the total appropriation from taxation by 15%. This would be accomplished by reducing $4,418,959.05, thereby reducing the amounts as stated as $29,459,727. As outlined, I can't add to your amendment, so. So, once again, we are back at moving the question.
Can I just ask,
Oh, there are two people asking.
just a point of clarification? What does move the question mean? Can you explain
It
that
means-
to us?
Yes, we are through with discussion and debate, and we're going back to voting on whether the question gets moved or not. Okay? Yes. No, then the amendment, we go back to the amendment, and there's a vote on that. Okay? How are the first-time town meeting attendees doing? David, you ready? Okay.
Excuse
This-
me.
Ooh.
So she's saying, by moving the vote, if it's voted no, that means the discussion is still open on the floor. That's not saying that the amendment is off the table.
That's correct. Okay. Okay, now we're ready, and we are voting on moving the question. And this requires, as I mentioned earlier, a two-thirds vote. You may vote now. That could not be said better. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Who's talking?
I'm on A. I'm on
Oh,
A.
there you are. I'm sorry.
Norm Corbin on A, 35 Whitney Street. Could you just repeat what that fellow said so the whole audience can hear it? Thanks, Fred.
What this vote is for is to move the question, which means it stops discussion and debate on whether, we're going to do anything about the amended Article 5. So we go back to the amended Article 5 and then vote on that as well. But this vote is only to say, all right, let's go back to where we started and then get that out of the way as well. Yes means move the question, stop the insanity of talking, okay? No. No means we want to keep talking, okay? Has everyone had a chance to vote? And the results are. Ooh, we're still going. I declare that the moving the question has passed, and we have gotten that discussion out of the way. Now we are back to the amended Article 5.
I think we're back to the amendment that was offered.
That's
Not
right.
not article, but the amendment that is what we're voting on.
That's what I
now.
just said. We're going back to the amended Article 5. All right, have we discussed the amendment in enough detail?
Yes.
Okay. Let me explain what yes or no means first, okay? Yes means that the amendment passes, and the changes that were outlined in the amendment will then be the decision of this meeting. No means it does not pass, and then we get a chance to vote on the original Article 5. Okay? The good news is I'm getting my steps in tonight. The amendment only requires a simple majority. So If it is yes, then we will go with the amendment. If it is no, then we go back to the original Article 5. But once again, it's a simple majority. Are we ready to vote?
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator. You spent a bunch of time up here amending this amendment. Can we have what we're voting on put up somewhere so we know what
It's
we're
coming
voting?
up. It's coming up.
Thank you.
Patience is wonderful. I appreciate your patience, but what we're doing is making these changes on the fly. So, please be patient with us. Oh, perfect. We're back. This is the amended Article 5, and the motion is to reduce town budget, Article 5, by 15% by reducing the amount to be raised by taxation from $29,459,727 to $25,040,768. Okay? If you say yes, then the amendment passes. If you say no, then the amendment does not pass, and we go back to the original Article 5. Is that clear? You may now vote. Okay, has everyone had a chance to vote? Let's see the results. The amendment does not pass. Now we are at the original Article 5. I heard move the question, and I heard a second. Okay? So what we are voting on is Article 5. Oh, moving the question. I'm sorry, I got confused. Okay. Two-thirds. Two-thirds for move the question. Okay, has everyone got that? It's a two-thirds vote for moving the question. I'm going to let you guys choose. Do you want to do a voice vote or a hand vote, or do you want to do the clickers? Clickers. Clickers win. Okay? You may now vote. What? No, this is to get us back to Article 5, okay? Nothing's locked in yet. And if you move the question, then we go back to Article 5. If you say no, then we continue debate and discussion.
So by voting no on this, we move to vote, it ends discussion, and we would then vote on Amendment 5. Yes?
You've got it backward, okay? You had that flipped.
Yes, a yes vote would move it to vote and end discussion.
Has everyone had a chance to vote? No, we're voting on moving the question. We're voting on moving the question, which means that would end discussion and debate on discussion, and then we can vote on Article 5.
Just to be clear, there could be no motions on Article 5 if people vote yes on this. Correct?
Correct. Has everyone had a chance to vote? Let's look at the results. I declare that that is passed by the required 2/3 vote.
Mr. Moderator, motion to reconsider Article 5.
We haven't voted on Article 5 yet. The enthusiasm is palpable here. Okay, now we're voting on Article 5, the original Article 5, as presented. And the print is very fine here, so hopefully, you know, if you want, I can try to read it, but that adds to the time, but I'm willing to do that. Everybody's ready to vote? Please vote. And just in case you didn't hear me, it is a simple majority for this vote. Has everyone had the opportunity to vote? Let's see how we voted. Article 5 has passed.
Mr. Moderator, I make a motion to reconsider Article 5.
And what is the purpose for doing that?
The purpose is to make sure it can't come up again and lock our vote in.
Okay, that is a Northborough tradition. Motion has been made? And there is a second. Now, reconsideration is a little bit counterintuitive as far as what goes on. What the purpose that this individual has requested reconsideration is to, as we say, lock in the vote, so that later in the meeting, someone can't say, let's go back and reconsider Article 5. You can only reconsider once, okay? So, to let you know, if you want to lock in the vote, you say no. If you want to reconsider the vote, you say yes, and we can talk more about it. Okay? The decision is yours. 2/3, yes. Motion has been made and seconded. Any questions?
Yes.
Yes.
So just for a point of clarification, if this passes, then, for example, if I wanted to move to amend Article 5 by reducing the appropriation by 3%, which is an amount.
You cannot do that.
So we would then need to vote no on this in order for that to then happen? Because then we could have reconsideration?
Yeah, I think, that's possible.
No, because no on reconsideration. It'd be no.
The question is, if he votes no, then he has the right to be able to reconsider Article 5 again.
So is this for yes for reconsidering or no for? Okay.
But if it passes. Yeah.
So yes. So a yes vote would be for the ability to have reconsideration.
Yeah, the great philosopher said it. It keeps hope alive.
Okay. So a
Okay.
yes vote would allow me to be able to make that motion of 3%, which is in the spitting area of what George said.
Yes. Are we clear about this? Is there any confusion? We have one more question coming up.
Yeah, just to clarify what the vote is a yes to reconsider, and then whatever we vote after the reconsideration, then the article is closed and cannot be reconsidered in the future. If we vote no to reconsider, it could be reconsidered again later on. Is that
Other way around.
Other way around. Okay. So no, we're done. Okay. Wait. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so it's only brought for reconsideration one time. I think, right? No, I just...
Okay, is this a quick one?
Yeah. If it's a yes vote, when does the vote to when does the motion come back up? Right away now or at a later date?
We keep going on 5. Okay, everybody's ready? Everybody has their vote in? Please vote. Let's see how we voted. What was I didn't see the numbers. They went away too fast. Oh, it did. Okay, thank you. I declare that the motion to reconsider passed by the required 2/3 votes. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Failed, not passed. Failed. We already did. That was a reconsideration.
Okay. 2.5 hours in, I am reading a motion for Article 6. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $29,989,942 for the operation of Northborough Public Schools. Superintendent Martineau will present.
Motion has been made and seconded. And for our presentation,
so good evening, Greg Martineau, 53 Parkerville Road, which is my office. That's where I live most of the time. I just want to begin by thanking the community for its commitment to education. I think we are very fortunate in this community that does value the power of education. We're fortunate to be able to educate students who arrive ready every day, parents who are partners in education, and a town that supports the funding for education. So in advance, thank you. I won't go into too much budget detail. There is a budget booklet that has probably more information than you actually would like. So this is available on the district website and also via the QR code that's up on the screen. So the budget process really begins by what do we want to accomplish in terms of student learning? What types of resources do we need to be able to educate our students? Resources from personnel to goods and materials to the facilities that we need to educate our students. This is grounded in our strategic vision, Vision 2026, and centers on our mission to educate, inspire, and challenge all students. It also centers around the portrait of a graduate. So what do we want our students leaving our educational system knowing and being able to do? We want our students to be critical and creative thinkers, collaborators, healthy and balanced, growth-oriented, socially and civically engaged, and great communicators. This work is driven each year by an action plan that is voted by the school committee, and progress updates are given periodically throughout the year. For this year, the budget drivers, similar to the town, we had transportation, so we ended a 5-year transportation contract that was very favorable to the town of Northborough. We went out for procurement, and the lowest bidder was a 43% increase on transportation costs. We also saw a reduction of grants of about 10% from federal title grants and IDEA. We saw a budget driver of salaries, instructional resources, and then school facilities, maintaining our buildings and grounds. The budget before you this evening is a level services budget. It does include the addition of a mathematics K-5 curriculum educator and also new math resources. I will point out that this 2.99% budget does include a reduction of 4.2 FTEs. Similar to the town, the budget is a process. It begins in July. Many conversations with educators, the school committee, principals, and district leaders are had around what do we want to accomplish in terms of educating our students. This slide just depicts the process, moving from a 10.89% increased budget when we started to the budget that is before you this evening, which is $29,989,942, which is a 2.99% increase over fiscal year 25. Again, this is a level services budget, and a level services budget does not mean you have the same level of staffing. This is actually a reduction in staffing. Level services budget in the town of Northborough is a high level of service for our educational system, and I think the budget before you is educationally sound and fiscally responsible. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah. Please. Okay. Yes. Microphone A, please.
Mr. Moderator, Jacob Jones, 106 Green Street. I just wanted to rise in support of this budget and thank those who were involved in making it, and hopefully we can make this vote as quick as possible. Thank you.
Any other discussion or debate? Yes. Microphone B, please.
Michael Shaka, 120 Maynard Street. I move to amend Article 6 by 2%, as recommended by George, by reducing the amount to be raised by taxation from $29,998,942 to $29,300,000. $390,143, which is a reduction of $599,798.
Yes. I second. Yes, let it go. Dance, dance, dance. Isn't it-
Okay, so you're amending the Article 6, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
God is good.
That's just the motion, the original motion. That,
is that signed?
that, yeah.
All right. Hey, the hell with your procedure.
Can we ask for purpose or intent?
Define that, that's subjective. But this idiot doesn't know that.
Can we ask for clarity of the intent of the amendment?
The amendment has been made and seconded, so certainly there's discussion and debate
Yes.
about that proposed amendment.
And he danced. Look at this.
Do we have a written amendment, please?
Yeah, I'll write one. Let's cut this guy's salary by 90%. Let's start with that. And raise the salaries of the teachers, by the way. But Michael, for that.
Can you please explain what his thing, can you explain
Yeah, I
what
want to
you
cut
want
this guy's salary
cut?
by 90%. Let's make him make the same, less than the teachers.
Explain,
Yeah,
please.
sure,
I would-
sure.
So everyone
Look
knows
at this.
what exactly you want to cut from the budget that we've been working on for months
Sure.
and months and months.
I don't care.
After we've already had more people reduce.
You benefit yourself, right?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Absolutely, Kelly. So the question was to explain,
What
What-
0.99% do you want us to cut when we've already cut 4 teachers?
okay,
Cut this guy. Get rid of the superintendent.
sure. So, I do. So, here, let me just take a photograph of it, because this is going to be a wash, rinse, and repeat.
Get rid of the superintendent. Let's start with that. Let's keep all the teachers. Let's increase the teachers.
You need to be quiet.
It says it's merit. No rules. Sorry.
Mr. Moderator?
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, point of order. This is just dragging on the meeting, Mr. Moderator. We have, people are missing out on family commitments, and it's just unnecessary.
Okay. So to answer your question, Kelly, about line items, so,
Mr. Moderator?
Sure.
Mr. Moderator, I'm unable to hear anything right now with distractions.
Mr. Moderator, over here, A. Were you signaling for my officers to remove somebody? Do you want him removed? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Freedom of speech.
So that amount is based on the recommendation or the I guess spitballing, for lack of a better term, from George earlier, saying that it was within reason for all of the budgets across the board, all of the warrants, to be cut by 1% to 2%. And so, we're looking at, that number, I believe, was $599,000 out of a nearly $30 million budget. And you know what? It's about, again, belt tightening. And this is going to be, just to forewarn the audience, this is going to be a wash, rinse, repeat on every warrant.
Okay.
We're going to be trying to get this budget a little bit of belt tightening for the sake of the taxpayers of Northborough.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Moderator. May I respond?
You may respond.
So I believe which George's comment was not saying 1 to 2 on each line item. We had, can we pull, who approved, what was the motion in approving the school budget? I don't remember seeing a lot of you, majority of you, at all of our school committee meetings all year long, when we are constantly reviewing and reviewing. Becky Pellegrino is an amazing woman with numbers, and she has cut us, as you saw, from 10 to 2.99, which is one of the lowest increases from all of the town budgets, if you want to do percentages. So cutting us 0.99%, it's cruel. It's cruelty. It's cruelty to every single person in this room who has worked tirelessly and hours for this. There are some other line items, but how many people have gone to all these meetings all year long? It's very frustrating and hurtful when you're nickel and diming on this thing, and for the kids.
Well, I guess I challenge that every one of the departments, every one of the warrants is not running at absolute 100% efficiency, and that there's not. Well, listen, you know how to vote. Vote. Use this, buddy. Okay, all right. Use your vote.
Can I hear microphone A, please?
Kathy DeGraff, 23 Edmonds Way. I've lived in Northborough for 30 years now and seen our costs go up quite a bit. I love this town, and I want to say I'm retired. My husband is a veteran, and he's quite a bit older as well. So we feel your pain. I understand the concerns about the budget. It's really hard to see our taxes go up 10% a year. But I figure if I am really passionate about keeping that from happening or doing what I can to keep it from happening, I need to be at those meetings. And I think that anyone that just wants to wait until the last minute where all this work has been done, you're just being lazy, honestly. If you really want to watch the budget yourself, instead of by coming here and just slash and burn without any details, you need to put in the time like all of these people have done. And they're doing it, most of them are doing it for no pay, they're volunteers. So, you know, I figure if I'm really, this year might be my year when I show up at all these meetings, but I certainly wouldn't come to the meeting at the last minute and expect them to just cut across the board.
My name is Jeff Knight, 6 Lancaster Drive, and I am a member of the Appropriations Committee, and with the permission of our chair, Scott Rogers, I'm speaking as a member of the Appropriations Committee. This is my second budget process with the committee, and I don't know a better steward of the taxpayers' money than our superintendent, Greg Martineau, honestly. When he begins his budget process, like he said in July, and you know, and I will also say, when we're in the select board conference room, there's almost never anyone there for public comment. There's almost never anyone there observing our meetings. There's almost never anyone in the Zoom meeting room there to participate. There's almost never anybody. I've never seen you before at any of our meetings. Half of what you said about the free cash was completely wrong. And so if you have an interest, and I get the frustration, but Stephanie was right. All these things that we are burdened by financially were all voted for by this body. Every one of those things that we're stuck with paying for, all these problems we have were all voted for by this body every year, year after year, a lot of them against the recommendation of both financial committees. Greg Martineau takes, when we have our meetings, someone said it was, I forget the comment, but it was like kind of a rough budget. Like, our meetings can get a little bit dicey. We ask a lot of really hard questions, but when he comes in, we almost don't have to, because he's so tough on his principles. He's so tough on, and the school committee can tell you, he takes all their requests and he needles them down month after month after month. So by the time he gets to us in the spring, his budget is already so lean that I don't know how we have the school system performing at the level we have, but yet we do. So to get up willy-nilly and make the meeting take hours and days just because you want belts to get tight, then show up all year when we're there doing it. Don't make everyone's life miserable just because you feel like, oh, I want to make a point. Because it's absurd, because you know nothing about the process. There is nobody looking out for your dollar more than this man right here. Thank you.
I can't hear you.
I believe the comments were directed directly toward me.
No, I'm going to go in the order, okay? Oh, who wants to go?
I'll go. Kristen Willems-Tejan. I'm at 30 Osier Ave, and I serve on the school committee. Sort of saying a lot of what was just said, actually, but I have been continually impressed in the last 2 years that I have spent on the school committee at how hard our administration, Greg, Becky, everybody in central office, and everybody in the schools as well works to make sure that every dollar is used well. And it is used responsibly, and they are always, every meeting, every day, thinking about that. And they've provided my kids with a great education, and that's why I moved to this town. That's why my parents moved to this town in 1990, because we have great schools. And it's because of their hard work, day in and day out. And even when we go and meet with other school committees and other superintendents, they are recognized professionally. They tell us, oh, you're so lucky to have Greg, you're so lucky to have Becky. Like, they're recognized across their profession as well. As Kelly pointed out, our budget is the lowest percent increase. They worked harder even after we had an approved budget. And then those healthcare numbers we talked about earlier came in. They went back in and dug through and found ways to make space for the town, found ways to take some of that cost off of the burden of the town budget and make other space for it, because it's important to them. And I think that that's important that that gets recognized. We need that budget as it is. It's already a cut. It's already eliminating, as they mentioned, full-time people. Like, we can't cut anything else. Thank you.
Microphone A, please.
George Brankel, 3 Little Pond Road. I didn't ask Scott's permission to come up here, but so I don't know if I'm talking from the Appropriations Committee or not. It's my opinion we need to have a better process. At this point, at a town meeting is not the time to start to adjust the budgets. It's already too late. In ways, the way the process we go through where, and from an Appropriations Committee standpoint, where we're presented with the budgets in the February, March timeframe, by then it's almost too late to really kind of make adjustments. We need to start earlier in the process. I feel very strongly that we need to start considering the effect of our rate of growth in the town on the taxpayers. And so we need to do that, but we need to do it much earlier in the process. I would say the discussion we're going through right now, the fact that this is the first year where that I have been involved, where the Appropriation Committee hasn't unanimously recommended the budgets, is an indication that there's concern and there's something we've got to do. So I can't really support trying to adjust the budget down at this meeting now at the 12th or 13th hour. It's too late. But we need to pay a lot of attention to what we're going to do next year to manage to see if we can kind of keep from this rate of increase, because it's not sustainable. So that's something going forward. And to echo Jeff's comments, would love to see more involvement of people in our meetings from the public and hearing what we're trying to do and what questions we're asking. So taking what's happening so far as an indication that we need to be concerned and we need to be thinking about what we're going to do next year, that we can't continue growing at the rate we're growing. I think that's important, but it has to happen earlier in the process. We have to give people time. As Jason mentioned, he can't come back and kind of do 9 months worth of work in 2 months and have another special town meeting and approve a different budget. We need to use the year we've got to come up with what we think is going to be a regional budget. And it would be good if we started that process much earlier. So I was getting concerned when people were saying, according to recommended by George, because I was trying to raise a point, not necessarily saying this is a number I agree with, but I do think we need to start figuring out how we can kind of control the rate of growth much better than we have over the last 2 years.
Over on B, please.
Susie, so a little shorter here. Susie Sislicka, 8 Emerson Road. I've worked with Greg and Becky a lot, with Kelly. As a free kindergarten mom, we used to argue and argue and argue, and I attended every meeting for a very long time. And I just want to say that Rebecca here in the yellow, we would be the only people in the audience for months and months on end. We had seen how hard they work on the budget. We would have private meetings with them, and again, we would be the only people in the audience, the only people. I believe Michael here is married to a teacher, and I don't know. I know how hard they work. They're not doing anything extra. And how do I know that? And I will speak on behalf of the PTO. I am on the PTO. We bring the extras into the school. The teachers come to us, we provide the grants. We do all the extra stuff. So if your kids have anything extras in the schools, like the standing desks, the whiteboards, extra paper, there was a paper shortage one year, pencils, extra whiteboard markers. Anyone want to throw anything out? Field trips, the buses, enrichments, dance programs, music, anything extra like that. Oh yeah, the supplies, tissues.
Please use the microphone so that everyone can hear you.
But anything, extra books for the librarian, if they need new math curriculum books, that's where we come in. Northborough Education Foundation, they do the bigger things like the Chromebooks. That's all that stuff for the classroom, all those extras, that's not this. That's not cuts that you would be thinking the extras that you're gonna cut. That's like staff. That's like that kind of stuff. Like we do the buses, we do all of that. So that's us and that's that. So I just want you to be mindful of that they work extra hard, and thank you.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Mwah.
Microphone A, please.
Brian Cole, 4 Lawrence Street. Mr. Moderator, I move the question on the amendment.
Motion to move the question has been made. I observed there were 3 people standing at the microphone before that motion was made. I will give them an opportunity to give a brief response. Starting with microphone B.
My name is Susan Sartori, and I live at 465 Green Street. I think all of us at one point in time came to this town for the schools. I think that it's our best asset. It's the place where we should spend our dollars the best and the most. I can tell you, I watched all their meetings this year. They got themselves down to a 2.99. If you decide to ask them to remove more money from their budget, what's going to happen is you're going to start to see teachers walking out the doors, or aides walking out the doors, or tutors going, librarians. This is not the way we want to build our educational system here in town. These people work with a lot of different kind of learners. They need lots and lots of help, lots of services. They make tough decisions about how they're going to deliver those services to our kids. Let's not make their job any harder tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, Jeff Amberson, 260 Green Street. You know, I've had the privilege of sitting on both sides here for a lot of years. And the one thing I've noticed is people will always come up and say they want cuts, but they never tell you where they want it. They can't tell you what program they want cut or what particular, entity, do you want to cut the buses? Do you want to cut, I don't know, football? Do you want to cut teachers' aides? It's easy to say you want cuts. It's a lot harder to say where you want them. My kids have all gone through the school systems. My youngest is in his 30s. So I could say I don't have a dog in a fight, but in reality I do, because I've got grandkids. And I look at this and I think back to when we were refurbing all the schools in town, and many of us got up here and pleaded with people to say, especially older folks who didn't have kids in school, and they stepped up to the table because they understood that we're a community You know, the community, the definition of it is people working together. And this is one of those instances, whether, you know, I happen to have kids in the school or not, you know, I believe we should rally around the school. They've done their due diligence. We've seen that. And I just think we should support this, so thank you.
Over here.
I believe I was in line.
This is the last speaker.
So again, Michael Shaka, 120 Maynard Street. So there was a speaker that had made some statements and accusations that I'd just like to make sure that we're clear on. There was some comments about the surplus. The surplus, and we can validate this, but I believe it was $4.6 million that was money. Yes, and it is. So with regard to that, that's monies that was in surplus that we didn't spend. Now,
Wait, this is out of scope because
Okay.
we're talking about, you know, Article 6 and amending Article 6.
and we will speak to that. This is part of it. The point of it is that, you know, our schools are good, and I very much respect the efforts of Superintendent Martineau. I think he does a fantastic job. The thing that we need to recognize here is that while school systems and certain services that the town provides seem to be a third rail, the reality is that we're not talking about using, and I'm going to use the term, a tomahawk to cut the budget. We are talking about a scalpel. This is 2%. This is 2%. This is not 15%. This is an area of, excuse me, I have the mic. This is an area where we should be able to reflect and find some element of cutting. I mean, speaking of tomahawk, how much money did this town spend when we changed from...
You're out of scope again.
Well, the point is that it's 2%. And surely there are areas that would not destroy the great quality that we provide. Yeah, I've been to many meetings. And I've watched meetings, and there was about 100 people that recognized that 15% cut was something that they were interested in. So what I'm proposing is a 2%. So there it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Case, before you got up, I said there would be the 3 speakers. Do you have something very brief that you want to share with the meeting? I think the floor has spoken for you.
This is not a question of whether you want a good education system in town or not, or the teacher's performance or anything else. You pretty much heard from the select board and others here tonight that they can't or they're unwilling to even discuss or try to change or anything in the budget. So you're telling us that once the budget gets prepared, we shouldn't even bother to waste our time coming to a public meeting and questioning it. So probably some of these things in the town warrant here haven't even been recommended. There's not enough information in here to have the voters make a real honest decision on. And yet, you know, you're telling us basically that everything in here is all pre-approved. If you're not going to prove it, Jesus, we can't do it for you, or the whole town system is going to collapse. And that's a lot of bull. This is about price. And the town officials here that are elected, and those of you who volunteer.
Wait. We had to make that brief. You've gone over your time. I'm sorry.
I haven't, just one, I'm brief and I'll end it here. There's a responsibility to prioritize the well-being of the residents and ensure policies and decisions are not harming household financial security. And it isn't being done. It isn't being done. And so you got a big
All right.
problem.
What this discussion was about was an amendment to Article 6, if you remember back then. Okay? So what we're voting on now is 2/3, okay? We're voting on the amended version of Article 6. Moving the question first. I'm sorry, you're right. Thank God there's someone here that still remembers. We're moving the question to amend the article. This is a 2/3 vote. We may vote. Yes. If you are moving the question and voting yes to move the question, it means that the discussion has ended. And then we go back to the original amendment. If you say no, then the motion to move the question has failed. This requires a 2/3 vote. You may vote now. Has everyone voted? Let's see how we did it. So the question, the vote to move the question has passed by the required 2/3 vote. So what does that mean? It means that we are back to the amendment. And do we have that on the system too? For the amendment, yes. We were voting on the amendment, yes. That will be coming up. It's going to pop up. Okay? So this is to amend the Article 6, and by reducing the amount to be raised by taxation by 2% from $29,989,942 to $29,390,143. Okay? This, as I said before, is a simple majority, and yes means yes, and no means no. Okay? So if you vote yes, that means that the amendment will pass. If you vote no, it means the amendment will not pass. Is that clear? Then let's vote. Have we all voted? Let's see the results. The amendment to Article 6 does not pass. There has been a motion to move the question on the original Article 6, and it's been seconded. Yes.
Just a question for the moderator. Given that there didn't appear to be anyone here to debate Article 6, it seems to me that a motion on moving the question would not be necessary, but maybe...
It's been made.
Okay.
It's been made. Our oh-so-wise town council has suggested that we have the ability to look past the fact, as we brought up, that nobody was there to debate or discuss the Article 6, so we can move right into that. Progress. Isn't it great? So now we're voting on the original Article 6. And we need to vote on it for the record. There's the article on screen. All you have to do is ask. Okay? So if you remember, Article 6 is to have the town move to vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $29,989,942 for the operation of the Northborough Public Schools. So it's very straightforward. Yes means yes, no means no. It's a simple majority. Let's vote. Has everyone voted? Let's see the results. Article 6 has passed. Motion to reconsider has been made and seconded. This requires a two-thirds vote. Remember, it's counterintuitive. If you say no, you don't want to reconsider, you shut down the possibility to reconsider. If you say yes, you want to reconsider, there's an opportunity to reconsider later in the meeting. Is that clear? Okay, let's vote. Are we all voted? Yes. Let's see the results. The motion to reconsider did not pass. Article 7.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $15,900,294 for Northborough's share of the assessment for the operation and debt service of the Northborough-Southborough Regional School District.
Motion has been made and seconded.
So again, detailed budget information is available on the district website by scanning the QR code, and it's the budget booklet with detailed information. I thought the Northborough superintendent did a pretty good job explaining the vision and mission, so I'll lean on his explanation. I just want to acknowledge that Algonquin Regional High School is an exceptional high school. Although not perfect, it's pretty good, pretty great. All outside metrics, students are performing well, teachers are educating well. Algonquin Regional High School was ranked 21st by Boston Magazine out of the high schools in Massachusetts. National rankings by US News. It was ranked 768 nationally out of 24,000 high schools. Was ranked 30 in Massachusetts. Number 3 in Worcester, Mass. And a little known fact, it was ranked 219th nationally as a STEM high school. So again, it's a high quality experience that students are getting at Algonquin Regional High School. The recommended budget before you is $29,598,094, which represents a 6.2% increase over fiscal year '25. This is a level services budget, but it does reduce staffing by 7.2 FTEs. The budget drivers for the FY26 budget, similar to Northborough pre-K through 8's transportation. As a regional district, we're required to provide regional transportation to all students. We also saw a reduction of grants. We also experienced the significant increase in healthcare insurance and benefits. The region is its own entity, so it operates similar to a town and is responsible for all benefits, insurance, et cetera. We saw an increased costs in instructional resources, school facilities, and lastly, student services. Again, the budget process begins in July, and it is an iterative process involving many people, many stakeholders, teachers, principals, district leaders. And this just illustrates from the beginning of the process, where it was a 15.2% to the 6.2% budget increase before you this evening. You'll notice that at one point it was at a 5.42% increase. That was in January. That's when we found out of the significant increase in health insurance. Just to point out the cost increase and the cost drivers, transportation alone represents $607,185 of the 6.2% increase. Health insurance alone is $526,000. Retirees' health insurance is $141,000. And then COLAs, $87,000. Those line items alone reflect $1,361,573 of the increase, of the 6.2 increase. It was a challenging budget year. The budget also moves forward a capital assessment. Algonquin Regional High School is in the process of adding a second solar array to the roof. As part of adding the array, we did investigate the current condition of the roof, and there was a section that needed repair. So this budget also includes the section of the roof that needs replacement. The total cost is $175,000. Northborough's apportionment is a little over $107,000. So Northborough's portion of the regional budget, non-exempt and capital and debt, represents $15,900,294, which is an $805,087 increase over fiscal year 25, which is a 5.33% increase. And just a point of matter, you'll notice that Southborough had a greater increase than Northborough. And again, thank you for your support, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Before we move to vote, were there any questions?
Mr. Moderator, can I speak on behalf of the school committee before?
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to point out that Southborough did in fact pass its budget at its town meeting. And the budget process for a regional school district is actually fairly complicated and a little bit different than the normal budget process, primarily because we are a region. Any amendment made to our regional budget, at town meeting is automatically considered a failed budget in the eye of the state. And what would happen in the event that our budget would be amended was it would go back to the school committee for reconsideration, and the school committee could vote to send the same budget back to the towns, and that would occur at a special town meeting. So in the event that this budget is amended, the regional school committee would call for a special town meeting to have the budget reconsidered. Thank you.
Yes.
Michael Shaka, 120 Maynard Street. So again, I commend our school system and Mr. Martineau. I think that they do a fantastic job. But at the end of the day, the purpose of this meeting, this town meeting, while I know I'm probably the most hated person in this room right now, and I'm, whatever, not the first time. Excuse me, do you have the mic? Okay. The point of it is that the purpose of this meeting is not simply to do this at every warrant. The point of, order. So the point of this meeting is not simply to do this. The point of this is to actually reflect and understand how we are spending the money of the people in this town, those with a fixed income, those that are being pushed out. those that are experiencing massive tax increases. So Greg, I think you do a great job, and I really commend you. And you know what? I think you're probably the least likely to really deserve this. But I need to do this because I need to make a point that we in this room need to hold our town accountable. We need financial discipline. And that's why I'm coming up here, and I'm going to drive you all crazy by requesting this. But I request amend motion number 7 to amend Article 7 by 2% from 15,929,000.
There's been a motion to vote.
So you can't make an amendment.
Okay.
Let the moderator tell you that, not the audience. Keep going.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Follow the process. Keep going.
All right.
Be informed.
Could we go back to the business that we have at hand, please?
Sure. So
No, I thought that you understood that we had a motion to vote.
yeah. Okay.
You were about to make another
Yeah,
motion.
I was making a motion to amend the Article 7 by 2%.
But there's already a motion on
Okay, all right,
the
then,
floor.
so be it. We'll-
Yes. Yes. So the motion has been to vote on Article 7 as presented. Oh, move the question. I'm sorry. We're moving the question. For Article 7. Is it clear what this vote means? It means if you vote yes, then discussion and debate has ended and we move to vote on Article 7. If you say no, that you don't want to move the vote, then there's room for more discussion and debate on Article 7. Is that clear? Yes. Okay. So we're voting on the motion to move the question. Has everyone voted? Yes. I know that one person's always voted, yes. Let's see the vote. It's a 2/3 majority required, and it has passed to move the question. So we're back at Article 7, the original Article 7. We are voting on Article 7. Okay? And it says, I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $15,900,294 for Northborough's share of the assessment for the operation and debt service of the Northborough-Southborough Regional School District. Okay? Requires a simple majority. In this case, if you vote yes, then Article 7 passes. If you vote no, Article 7 does not pass. Let's vote. Sir, have you finished voting? Let's see the vote. Article 7 has passed. Oh, this is going to be fun, the next one. Article 8. Oh, boy. There's a motion to reconsider Article 7. And why would we do that? Oh, the old lock it in trick. Okay. We've done this a couple of times tonight, so is everyone familiar with reconsideration? Reconsideration is an opportunity to, as they say, lock in the vote so it can't be voted on again at this particular town meeting. Okay? When I say this particular town meeting, it's in its entirety. Okay? It's 2/3. Okay? So reconsideration means if you want to keep Article 7 from being discussed and debated again, then you say that you want to have no reconsideration. So your answer would be no. If you would like to have more discussion about Article 7, then you would say yes. Are we there? Not quite there yet. Okay. Okay, is everyone ready to vote? Let's vote. Have we all voted? Oh, there he is. Okay. Let's see the vote. So the motion to reconsider was declined by more than the necessary 2/3 vote. Article 8, Assabet Valley Regional Vocational School District. Presentation is by Virginia Sims George. Wow.
Mr. Moderator, I am Virginia Sims George at 96.
Speak in the microphone, please. They can't hear you.
At 96 Western Terrace. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $1,699,103 of Northborough's share of the assessment for the operation and debt service of Assabet Valley Regional Vocational School. Thank you. I'm pleased to present our Superintendent Director, Ernie Houle. We have him as well as Jean Savor, our Acting Business Manager, to give you a little bit of information about Assabet. Thank you.
Good evening and thank you. As Ms. George had mentioned, my name is Ernest Houle. I'm the Superintendent Director at Assabet Valley. And once again, I appreciate the opportunity to come before you to present our budget. Before I start, I want to thank Ms. Virginia Sims George, who serves as your Northborough rep and also as the chair of our school committee. Assabet's budget that we put together each year is based on the revenue in which Assabet's going to be receiving from our members communities and through the state revenue that's given to us through enrollment, through Chapter 70 funding, and minimum local contribution. Our budget addresses strategic planning initiatives, and it has addresses some increased needs for multilingual learners, social emotional learning, and also mental health. In this FY25 budget is the first year, or is a continued year, in which we have 100% in-district freshman students coming into Assabet. That has not always been the case. When I started about 10 years ago, Assabet had about 2/3 of our population from our in-district communities, and the other third was from out-of-district communities. So with that happening, it used to offset our member assessments, so it looked like you were paying, a less of a share because you only had 2/3 the population. Northborough's increase for the FY26 saw an increase of 8 students over FY25, So we have a $1,699,103 assessment this year, which is 6.9% of our operating share. I will share that, as most school districts are experiencing, as Superintendent Martineau had mentioned, health insurance increases, transportation costs. We just signed for an increase of a 37% transportation increase after being in a very favorable 5-year contract. Moving forward, it went to 37%. And the other thing that I'll mention, that with Assabet as your regional vocational school district, not only are we preparing students for options after high school into the career fields in which they're majoring, earning industry-recognized credentials, going on to college if that's the path they need to do in order to support their career field, or military, or starting their own businesses. They also are involved in community service while they're at the school. And part of that community service is giving back to our member communities. And this year, just a couple of quick projects. Carpentry renovated the exterior of 2 buildings at Algonquin High School here for the sports campus. And our electrical department did some wiring for lighting and service panels as well. Northborough Department of Public Works had an HVAC upgrade. And our painting and design students freshened up the new Northborough Senior Center. So our students' skill set and your investment in tax dollars in their education, we're giving that back to the community. So you're only paying for cost of materials, but the labor, having our students have that as an educational opportunity, benefits the students and it benefits our taxpayers. I'm not going to run through all these slides, but I'll give you a quick little snapshot. So our increase, although it looks high at 11.1% on the next slide, 2.6% of this increase is through state funding based on our overall increase of student enrollment. We had an additional 67 in-district students come to Assabet. Of the 67, 8 of those are from Northborough. That was part of the increase. So in our Chapter 70 funding, you'll see that we had an increase of $1.2 million. In our minimum local contribution of what the state requires our member communities to pay through what they call the aggregate wealth model is $1.3 million. They did increase regional transportation aid. At this time, it's slightly around 100% is what they're proposing. So that's a $35,000 increase to what we had. So you'll see the increase just in the revenue in which our budget is built was a $2.607 increase. The overall budget is a $30,614,095 budget. Of that, $1,702,875 is due to the capital debt assessment, which was our renovation project that our 7-member communities approved back in 2013 for the renovation of our school district. And that debt service payment drops $55,000 each year. By the way, there is a book back there, if you haven't grabbed it, that has all this information in it. There's also information on our website that you can take a look at that has this presentation included. Some of our budget drivers, I don't have a lot of pictures. I'll take note from Superintendent Martineau for next year. But we mentioned those in my first opening slide. The other thing with the cost of a career and technical education delivery model is that our consumables, as inflation increases across the country, costs of copper and steel and gases and food costs, as well as the transportation costs, are large budget drivers for our district. We do have 2 staffing adjustments, which adds a physical education instructor and an English language development instructor. These are 2 positions that we're bringing back that were cut during COVID times and we've been living without. We technically have 2 phys ed teachers dealing with 1,200 students at this time. So there's 600 students per teacher. So this will bring that number down to a more equitable type level. Enrollment changes, just quickly for Northborough, I've highlighted for you. If you bring it across the board, it shows the 8 additional students that were in the October 1 numbers. The interesting thing, if you look at the white areas on the bottom, those are the out-of-district towns that still actually access Assabet. There's only 108 students that are from out-of-district towns currently at Assabet. As of June, 47 of those students will be graduating as seniors, which means we're going to probably have one more year where we see an increase like this, and then our budget should be leveling off to something of a normal 1 to 2 or 3% budget increase. So I just wanted to clear that up for you. These are some state figures I'm not going to run through. They're available on the website or on the state. I did highlight Northborough here, which is underlined. That's the minimum local contribution, which is basically what the state says that is required to be paid by Northborough for Assabet for the 8 additional students. And this is the slide in which basically your assessment is determined. At the very top is the minimum local contribution. In the yellow would be Northborough's assessment for the additional cost of busing that's not covered by the state through regional transportation reimbursement. You'll see to the far right there in that first line of net busing, it says $1,055,456. That's the remaining of the bus contract that we need to pay that's split between our 7-member towns. And I gotta put my glasses on because the numbers are getting a little blurry. $72,891 is Northborough's share of net school of busing. OPEB Trust is a $6,906 figure. That's $100,000 that's being allocated to OPEB. Capital Improvement Fund, that's the stabilization fund that we created last year that we're funding at $250,000. That's $17,265. And then the long-term debt service is the $118,520, which basically brings you to the assessment of $1,699,103. And that completes my presentation.
Thank you.
Move the question.
There has been a motion made to move the vote, and it's been seconded.
And there's someone standing at the mic prior to that happening.
I will give you your 3 minutes, and
Thank you.
only 3 minutes,
That's
okay?
fine. That's fine. So I actually have a question. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. I've got a question. So is the pure pupil cost, am I doing the math right, that it's $22,654?
Correct.
Is that right? How does that compare to Algonquin High School? And that may not be a question maybe for you, Greg? Yes. So I'm curious, the comparison of...
The FY '22 per pupil expenditure was a little under $23,000.
23,000, okay. So slightly higher, about, $500 or somewhere around there than... It was, well, this pure pupil cost is $22,600.
Yeah, so that's based on Northborough's assessment.
Okay.
But you generally, what happens for per pupil cost, if you look at the back of the book,
Sure.
there's a whole list of all the vocational schools and where Assabet actually lands, and we're pretty much in the dead center, but it's around 28,000. There are some vocational schools, Minuteman is up around 34,000.
So why are we assessed only $22,000 if the actual cost is...
Because of based on the number of enrollment and students that you have. So even like Marlborough's assessment is less because they have 53% of the population.
So it's not linear?
So it's all, the state requires basically a certain per pupil expenditure. But based on your enrollment per your community member towns is going to be based on what your assessment is.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Just trying to understand again, because I know that as part of the academic benefit that you provide, there's certainly a lot of other costs associated with the equipment, all of for training in the trades.
Mm-hmm.
So that was just an enigma that I'm happy to have satisfied with that. Thank you. I will not be creating a motion for this one, so thank you.
We do have a motion on the floor. That was to move the question on Article 8. And well, there you are. That's fantastic. So this is what we're voting on, okay? Motion to move the question It's a two-thirds majority vote, and if you are in doubt about what the answers mean, yes means that you want to move to voting on Article 8. If you say no, then discussion may continue. Okay, keep in mind it's a two-thirds vote. Let's vote. The number hasn't changed. Have we all voted? Now we're changing. Let's look at the results. I declare that the motion to move the question has passed by more than the required two-thirds vote, which moves us back to the vote on the original Article 8. It was just brought to my attention that I did not ask for the recommendations for Article 8 from the Appropriations Committee. May I have a response from the Appropriations Committee?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee voted...
Closer to the mic, please.
The Appropriations Committee voted in the majority to recommend approval of Article 8.
Thank you. Now we can vote on Article 8. Does everyone know what we're voting on? Okay. Again, yes means yes, no means no. Let's vote. Have we voted? Let's see the results. Article 8 passes by the majority vote.
Motion to reconsider Article 8?
And why would we do that?
Lock it in.
To lock in the vote. We're going to get this down tonight. Everybody will know what it means, okay? There's been a motion. I did not hear a second. There's a second, okay? To reconsider, we've done this a few times now, we know. Reconsideration requires a two-thirds vote. It's counterintuitive, because if you say, no, I don't want reconsideration, then it can't be reconsidered again for the duration of this particular meeting. If you say, yes, I do want reconsideration, then that leaves the door open for, either the remainder of this particular session or any other sessions of this meeting. This can be brought up and voted on again. Is that clear? Let's vote. And let's look at the results. The motion to reconsider has failed by the required two-thirds vote. Article 9.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I'm Selectman Mike Tejan. Just to kind of continue the theme with going off script, just for a moment, I would just respectfully ask, I thought I'd be up a little bit earlier, we're almost maybe towards the end of our night, that any additional nights of town meeting begin, whether 2 or night 3. If we could maybe reconsider beginning with the Pledge of Allegiance?
That typically is at the first session of the meeting. It isn't at the subsequent sessions of the meeting.
Okay, fair enough. So I move the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the sum of $7,223,595 for the Water, Sewer, and Solid Waste Enterprise Funds as displayed in Article 9 of the warrant for the operation of the water, sewer, and solid waste utilities.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation by Scott Carpentier, our DPW Director.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Let's see if I can get this. There we go. I'm Scott Charpentier, Public Works Director. Northborough, I know Assabet left, but I wanted to say thank you. They did some work at our Public Works garage, saved us a lot of money and labor, and is very much appreciated. So Article 9 is about the Water, Sewer, and Solid Waste Enterprise Funds. These enterprise funds are authorized by state statute. They provide separate accounting and financial mechanisms for each of the municipal services for which a fee is charged. This allows the community to demonstrate to the public the portion of operating costs that is recovered through user charges and the portion that is subsidized by taxes, if there is any. What you see behind you is our water distribution system. On average, the town of Northborough uses approximately 900,000 gallons of water per day, which is purchased entirely from the MWRA. Our water system includes an interconnection with the authority off Bartlett Street, 2 water storage tanks, and 4 inactive wells. The water system serves approximately 80% of the town, with the remaining properties served by private wells. The proposed FY26 Water Enterprise Fund operating budget is $3,007,774, which represents a 3.3% increase, or $96,641, more than the FY25 budget. This increase is attributed to 2 main factors. $54,526 is due to the MWRA assessment. Every year, the MWRA assesses us increases to what their operating costs are. That's based solely on the amount of water they sell to us, and it's based on a look back on what their expenses were the prior year. In addition to the $54,000 assessment from the authority, we've included a $25,000 to reinstate half of our annual hydrant replacement program that was eliminated during COVID. The revenue for the upcoming fiscal year is expected to be approximately equal to what we had last year. And we estimate that there'll be a moderate rate increase this coming year, somewhere in the 3 to 4% range. We do a rate study and a rate analysis every year for both our water and our sewer enterprise funds. That rate hearing will occur with the Water Sewer Commission. This is our sewer collection system. Approximately 30% of Northborough has access to it. The collection area includes 9 pump stations, and we discharge all of our flow to the Westerly Wastewater Treatment Plant located in Marlborough. The proposed FY26 Sewer Enterprise Fund budget is $2,863,574. That's a 3.7% increase, or $102,857. This increase is attributed primarily to a $200,000 estimated increase in our payment to Marlborough. I know our budget is going up $102,000, but $200,000 is going to Marlborough. We have debt falling off the operating budget. The $200,000 is estimated. What happens at the end of every fiscal year is Marlborough evaluates what their operating costs were for the prior fiscal year, and then we pay our proportionate share based on the flow rate. This is the second year we've done that since our legal settlement, so we're estimating it conservatively at $200,000. Any revenue not expended on that goes into the fund balance, and the fund balance supports capital improvements as well as future operating budgets. The solid waste program manages the town's trash, recycling, yard waste, and hazardous waste disposal. We administer 3 large contracts for collection and disposal of waste and processing of our recyclables. The town's FY26 solid waste budget is $1,352,246, which represents approximately a $50,000 or 3.8% increase over last year. That $50,000 increase is contributed to 2 main factors. One is a $28,660 increase to our contractual obligations with the collection contractor, and another $15,000 increase for the management and disposal of yard waste from the highway garage.
Thank you. Any discussion, debate on the presentation for Article 8, Article 9? There was somebody at the microphone, but... So I'll let the person at the microphone have his 3 minutes.
So I guess I'm very curious what the purpose is of this meeting and why people come here. I mean, are lives so boring that you have nothing to do than just come in and vote yes on every single warrant and not want to exercise your civic right of having provocative conversation to recognize that maybe we are not spending our money as best as we can, and maybe to have, a $1,000 increase to our taxes may not be merited. Maybe we're not running at 100% efficiency. Maybe there is the possibility to be able to tighten our belts a little bit. Therefore, I have a motion to amend Article 9 by 2% from $223,000, $595 to $7,079,123. Thank you.
Is that across the board for the reduction, or are there specific items you wish to reduce?
It's across the board. It's for the total amount that's listed in the warrant.
Is there a second?
Move the question. Well, hang on. Now I gotta hold
So, when you say move the question, are you talking about the amendment?
Oh, good. Sure, let's move the amendment. That's fine. No. Moving the amendment.
But we already have a motion to move the question, to move the vote. Yes.
I would like to ask something
Yes.
relevant to the original.
So I have to follow, the process and say the motion to move the vote has to come first.
Mr. Moderator, just a quick point of order on that. Are we talking moving the article as written, or are we talking moving the amendment that the gentleman before me just put forward?
It would have to go with moving the article as it was presented. That was a motion that was made first. I have to go with the first motion first.
I do want to ask a question. Point of order. Yeah, I did have, but I can't though, because that was already.
He said you could ask a question, you can't make a new motion.
Okay, so Mr. Moderator, am I allowed to ask a question regarding this current article?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome, thank you so much. I will definitely try and keep this brief. Mr. Charpentier, as always, I would like to thank you for you and your department's great work. Northborough is pay-as-you-throw, and pardon me for not having some of this information ahead of time. Pardon? Oh, thank you. Eric Martin, 32 Weston Terrace. Does the tax levy subsidize any of the pay-as-you-throw program?
Yes, it does. The tax subsidy is approximately 50%.
It's approximately 50%. So in other words then, Mr. Charpentier, if we were to eliminate said levy, that would be pushing 100% of the cost of what the consumer ourselves put in there. And if we were looking at doing any sort of thing, getting rid of that levy would then double our trash bags. Is that correct?
Essentially, yes.
Double the price of our trash bags.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. We are currently on the original motion to move the question, and it was seconded. I need to go with that one first.
Point of order.
Yes?
Mr. Moderator, if every question that comes up is moved before there is any debate, is this truly the democracy you said it was at the beginning of this meeting?
Democracy gives us all the opportunity to speak our minds.
Well, no, you're cutting off debate. That's my question. Is this truly the democracy you said? If every question that comes up, the very first motion is to move the question, cutting off debate. I question whether this is really a democracy if you're going to continue to allow that.
I have already allowed it. I can't go back.
All right, I was standing before that motion on the original motion. Are you going to allow me to speak to the original motion?
Sure.
Okay, I will wait here then until you go through the motions to move.
Okay. So where we are now is that there was a motion, and you gentlemen were not there when the motion was made. Okay? Is we're voting on moving the question. Okay? On Article.
Is it moving the question or moving the amendment?
The question.
I thought you said I could speak to the question, the main motion, because I was standing before it was moved.
You haven't spoken about it yet. If you want to speak about that, you may.
Okay, and we're talking about the main motion now. I'm trying to keep up here, Mr. Moderator.
You should see it from my end.
I can understand. You're in charge. Speaking on the main motion, first off, two things. Number one, the water and the sewer enterprise funds are paid for by the water and sewer rates. It has no impact on the taxes. Everybody ought to understand that. The second point I have to make is I'm sitting here and I'm looking at, I don't know how many bottles of plastic water sitting up here at the podium, when we have the best tasting water in North America, not just Massachusetts, in North America. And I say that as the chairman of the board of the New England section of the American Water Works Association that does taste tests throughout North America. And the MWRA water wins those taste tests almost every time, and it has never, never, never lost a taste test to plastic bottled water. And if this town really wants to save some money, stop buying all this plastic water and drink our good water.
Thank you. We stand here with a motion to move the question on Article 9. The motion was made and seconded. It is a 2/3 vote majority required. Yes means that you want to now vote on the original article. No means you'd like to have more discussion and opportunities to look at other options. Is that clear? Let's vote. Have we voted? Let's see the results. So the motion to move the question has passed by the required 2/3 vote. We're back at Article 9. Okay? Mr. Kalin, did you want to speak on Article 9?
Yes, real quick.
Sure.
My name's Tim Kalin, 42 Davis Street. The gentleman brought up the ability for everybody to debate the articles, and debate is impossible when you get up here and present amendments to every single article. We can't have a conversation. You are purposely gumming up this process. And I would just like to add, as proof of that, the Water and Sewer and Solid Waste Enterprise Funds is driven by bills that people in town pay. It has nothing to do with taxes. And you can cut this, all you're gonna do is cut the available water to people? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Okay, the motion that is on the floor right now is voting on Article 9, the Water, Sewer, and Solid Waste Enterprise Funds. I move the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the sum of $7,223,595 for the Water, Sewer, and Solid Waste Enterprise Funds as displayed in Article 9 of the warrant for the operation of the water, sewer, and solid waste utilities. Simple majority is what is required. Let's vote. Have we voted? Let's see the results. Article 9 has passed based on the majority requirement.
Thank you very much.
I heard, there's been a motion to adjourn. And there is a second. All those in favor? Those opposed? See everyone tomorrow at 6 p.m. Actually, 5:50 p.m.